There we go. Okay, good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals review session for January 9th, 2023. I'll remind everyone that no public testimony is permitted during the review session. Commissioner, do you want to say?
Yeah. So good morning to everybody and Happy New Year. This is the first of the hearing for year 2023. And I also want to take this opportunity to basically, before we start the hearing, I want to take this opportunity to just make a public announcement that, and I want to thank the mayor and the deputy mayor, Torres Springer, for giving me the opportunity to serve as the chair of this August body. I'm truly honored and humbled for this opportunity being given. And I look forward to working with my colleagues here and represent the city in the best possible manner I can and I have over the years. And I also want to congratulate Vice Chair Shibata on his appointment to this role. Thank you. Do you want to say anything, Vice Chair?
Of course. Thank you, Chair. Congratulations. I think the mayor made a great decision in electing you as chair. I'm honored that he has appointed me as vice chair, and I'm humbled by it. We have such a great staff at the BSA that I feel fully supported by them, and I really look forward to doing what's best for the city of New York.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, well said to everyone. Congratulations. Let's proceed then. Anything else? Any other housekeeping stuff? Okay, let's begin. So the first items up are adjournments. Item number 1, 2020 88BZ, 315 Berry Street, Brooklyn. Item number 2, 2021 83BZ, 8074 188th Street, Queens. Excuse me. Item number 3, 2021 59BZ, 16109 Union Turnpike, Queens. Postponements. Item number 4, 2022 28A through 2022 30A. This is 15 17 19 Bedell Street, Staten Island. Withdrawals. Item number 5, 779 57BZ, 181 24 Hillside Avenue, Queens.
All right. I make a motion to withdraw.
Vice Chair. Oh, sorry.
It's okay. I always say it's the beginning of the year.
Yeah. Chairperson Chanda.
Aye.
Vice Chair Shibata.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta.
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Commissioner Yoon will be joining shortly. I think she's having some technical difficulties. So.
Okay. So item is still withdrawn. We had a quorum. Okay. Should I wait a second, or for the decisions to be called?
Let's keep going.
Okay. Decision.
Hold the fountain at the end.
Okay. Decision items. Item number 6, 16460BZ, 100-20 Metropolitan Avenue, Queens.
Okay. The application was closed. The applicant was asked to clarify information which has been provided, specifically, with regards to, however, with regards to the signage, there were some discrepancies in term, and the reason I'm mentioning it is because as part of the prior approval, that was part of the condition that the signage comply with the C1 zoning regulation, and there were very specific guidelines that were provided. However, the proposed signage as shown in the drawings do exceed, they exceed the permitted regulations under the C1 zoning district. And those need to be brought down to be in compliance. Specifically, the total signage has increased, and and also so has the amount of illuminated signage. So those need to be corrected and need to be revised. Now, in the interest, this is a minor issue to some extent. So what I would recommend is that we close this, but we approve this with condition that the signage shall be modified on the plan and approved by DOT and corrected on the site prior to obtaining the certificate of occupancy within 18 months of the board's grant, and that the signage shall comply with the underlying C1 zoning regulation.
Okay, you misspoke a little bit, Chair. You meant approved by DOB, not DOT.
Sorry, DOB. I meant DOB.
Okay.
I'm sorry. You for that correction.
Okay. So you want to take a vote now?
Yeah. So
Okay, motion to grant.
Aye.
Chairperson Chanda,
aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheffer.
Aye.
Okay, Commissioner Yoon is still not here. Okay. Item number, well, we're gonna do 7 at the end, item number 7 at the end. Item number 8, 7211 BZ 10106 Astoria Boulevard, Queens.
Okay. So in this case, the outstanding elements were the landscaping. The remainder of the landscaping applicant states will be conducted in March or April of this year. We received a community board land use committee letter in December, and in that the community board recommends approval with the following conditions. The conditions being parking of vehicles in excess of certificate of occupancy shall be prohibited. Inspection of gasoline service stations shall be conducted every 2 years to address community board's concerns and board of stands and appeals. Recommendations, a report shall be provided to the community board to verify adherence to the approval and stipulations. Continual maintenance regarding landscaping, wall signage, lighting, sidewalks shall be provided for the upkeep of the service station and to enhance safety and protection at the entrance door to the convenience store and service area. Bollards shall be installed as required. It is my understanding that the bollards are indicated on the plan and are located in front of the ped access area, accessing to the sales area. So with that, I make a motion to approve with additional conditions, in addition to what the community board has stated, that the site shall be maintained free of debris and graffiti. Signage shall comply with the applicable zoning district. There shall be no parking of vehicles on the sidewalks. Landscaping and fencing shall be maintained. No overnight parking of trucks on the site shall be permitted. Planting shall be completed by spring of 2023, and bollards shall be installed prior to obtaining CO within 18 months of the issuance of the board's grant. And sorry, I meant July 2023, not 18 months, July 2023. And those are my conditions.
And the motion to approve. Chairperson Chanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheffer,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
I apologize. To clarify, is this 16460?
No, this is a 7211 BZ 10106 Astoria Boulevard. We're gonna do that one a little later because you weren't.
Okay.
Okay.
I apologize. I listened to, I was able to catch the conditions under which you grant this, and I also vote aye.
Okay, thank you. Application has been approved. Item number 9, 20315 BZ 44 Union Square East, Manhattan.
Okay. Make a motion to approve.
Chairperson Chanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 10, 2017-232A, 1632 Richmond Terrace, Staten Island.
Make a motion to approve.
Chairperson Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chiabetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Could you repeat that, Commissioner?
Aye.
Thank you. Application has been granted. Oops, sorry. Decision item number 11, 2021-23BZ, 2315 Avenue West, Brooklyn. There's a correction that needs to be done to the plan, so we're going to defer this. There was an issue with the planting requirements. So new plans will be submitted and hopefully we will vote this out tomorrow. Madam Chair,
If we do receive the application by today.
the submission of the plans.
This
Okay,
submission-
all righty. So this is deferred.
Right.
Item number 12, 2021-72A, 7-11 Annapolis Street, Queens.
Okay. The applicant has provided following information, including a clarification regarding the easement, as there is no easement on the property. We have received a no objection letter from fire department and also have received 2 letters of support from the neighbors. We have also received the DOT sign off. And it is my understanding that our project manager has discussed with DEP and was told that the drainage plan did not need to be amended. With that, then I'm sorry. Did I hear anyone wanted to speak on this? No. Okay. All right. So I make a motion to approve.
Chairperson Chanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chiabetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 13, 2021-10A, 3869 Victory Boulevard, Staten Island.
The applicant has provided information as a follow-up from the last hearing. The sidewalks have been cleared of overgrown weeds, and the 214 survey of lot merger has been provided. And the SCP plan that DEP has confirmed, DEP has confirmed that it has received the SCP plan. So with that, I make a motion to approve with the condition that the SCP plan and drainage plan shall be amended and approved to the satisfaction of DEP and all other relevant agencies prior to obtaining a TCO.
Okay. Chairperson, motion to approve. Chairperson Chanda.
Vice
Aye.
Chair Chanda,
I'm
you
sorry.
meant I'm sorry to interrupt. But I heard SP, you mean SC plan, right?
Right.
Sewer
The site-
connection plan.
the
That's
sewer-
a-
sewer
Set connection.
Yep.
Yeah. It's, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry. So once again, the vote, motion to approve.
Yes.
Chairperson Chanda,
Yes. Aye.
Vice Chair Chiabetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay, application's been granted. Okay, item number 14, 2021-42BZ, 2901 Avenue L, Brooklyn.
Okay, no submissions were required, so I make a motion to approve with the following conditions: that all DOT conditions shall be addressed as stated in the letter dated 10/31/2022 regarding installation of pedestrian ramps at the northeast corner of East 29th Street and Avenue L and crosswalk resurfacing if required. With that, make a motion to approve.
Chairperson Chanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chiabetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown. You're
Continue.
muted. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Application's been granted. Going back to item number 7, 16008BZ, 651 to 671 Fountain Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay, so at the last hearing, the applicant had stated that a written submission would be made. No submission was made available to the board by the submission due date. So I want to bring this to a motion to deny the application, and I would ask that each commissioner make a brief statement as to the reason for their decision. And I would just read mine is that
I'm
the
sorry,
majority-
Madam Chair. I
Yeah.
apologize. Deputy General Counsel has her hand up.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
No, I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt, but I just wanted to clarify the motion must be for a motion to affirm, and then the board votes accordingly, yay or nay to affirm.
Okay, right.
Thank
Sorry.
you.
So my recommendation would be, this is my statement. I just want to read the statement that I had stated earlier, was that while I believe that the applicant has not met the set conditions, and that per board's rule, the documents provided by the applicant failed to demonstrate that the board misapprehended the relevant facts or misapplied any controlling legal principles to the specific questions based on which the majority of the board had delivered its decision. And therefore, I would make a motion to, I would recommend denying this application. Commissioner Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. As you know, I voted against denying the underlying application, but here I'm tasked to review based solely on the papers submitted by the applicant in this instant application. Therefore, I'm limited in my review to whether the applicant in the instant application has shown that the board misapprehended the relevant facts or misapplied any controlling principles of law. Now, pursuant to our rules, this application must be accompanied by necessary supporting documents and/or plans in support. With that scope of review, which I'm limited to, I find that the papers rested on do not rise to the standard set forth, and therefore I vote that I vote no.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I vote no, because I don't believe that the applicant has met the findings in proving to us that there was either a misapprehension of the facts or a misapplication of the controlling legal principles. No.
Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you. I vote no on this application because I do believe that the applicant was not successful to prove it to us that we, the board, misunderstood the facts of the subject matter, nor we misapplied any legal principle of the law. So for that, I vote no. Thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I also vote no. I also believe that the applicant has not proven that the previous board had misapprehended the relevant facts or misapplied any of the relevant controlling principles of law. I vote no.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Before we move on to the next case, I want to take just a 10-minute break. So yeah, I need to take a 10-minute break.
Okay.
So let's just put the review session or a break.
Steve,
We'll be back.
break screen, please.
Yeah.
Resume at 10:30.
Yeah, we'll resume at 10:30. All right. Let's get back. Sorry about this delay. Let's resume.
Okay, we're back on the record. Let's just wait for council. We're back on the record. Let's just wait for council to come back on. And I'll call the case. Okay. So we're back on the record, and this is the appeals calendar. New cases, item number 15, 2022-68A, 1475 Broadway, Manhattan.
The appellant is challenging DOB's determination in connection with a permit that was issued on August 4th, 2022, permit number M0038907-I1-SH for the installation of a temporary sidewalk bridge for the subject site at 1475 Broadway. I want to thank all the parties for providing detailed and thorough documents for our consideration. Upon review of the submission, I come to the same conclusion that is consistent with Department of Buildings statement. And that leads to doctrine of collateral estoppel precludes Board of Standards and Appeals from hearing the case. It precludes a party from relegating in a subsequent action or proceeding an issue clearly raised in a prior action or proceeding and decided against that party, whether or not the tribunals are the same, and that the doctrine applies if the issue in the second action is identical to an issue which was raised, necessarily decided, and material in the first action, and the plaintiff had a full and fair opportunity to litigate the issue in the earlier action. In this case, we have the New York State Supreme Court's decision from August 12, 2022. I agree with the court's argument in the portion that the appellant failed to establish its prima facie entitlement to the relief sought, and that appellant's assertion of safety concern and congestion are all speculative and not supported by any admissible evidence. The renewal of permit, which was issued on August 4th, 2022, is not distinct from prior permit issued on August 12th, 2021, that was before the Supreme Court. Although the renewed permit was based on amended plans, the amended plans were accepted on July 13, 2022, and on July 26, 2022, the amended plans were certified by DOB records officer. So both the amended plans and the site safety plans were part of the Supreme Court record. So accordingly, I would like to, I do not think we have jurisdiction on this. So I would like to bring this to a motion because of the lack of jurisdiction. And I do not believe we should proceed to a public hearing as I don't think we have the jurisdiction to hear this appeal. So before I want each of the commissioners to state their position and state their reasoning for their position. So with that, let me start with Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. So I agree with your statement, Chair. I believe that I found the August 12th decision of the Supreme Court to be, in his explanation, I agree with it entirely. I believe that they simply failed to establish a prima facie entitlement. Now, I don't necessarily believe that we have to come to the same determination because, as you said, this is just an appeal of a reissued permit, a reinstated permit, which, based on the same facts and the site safety plan, is the only difference in these permits, but that site safety plan was part of the original record in the Supreme Court. So there really isn't, it would be giving these, to have a hearing would be giving this applicant another bite of the apple. I think we already, this has been exhausted. So I don't see any reason to move forward with a hearing, and I would agree to deny this now for lack of jurisdiction.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I do agree that we no longer have jurisdiction once it goes beyond us to the courts. But even if we did, I believe that the appellant's argument is subjective and it is not supported by any evidence. And so therefore, I agree with the two of you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sheta?
Thank you, Chair. I wanna mention that I totally agree with both of you and Commissioner Brown. I strongly believe that the court did look at this subject before. I understand that it was under a subject permit number. However, the reissuance or the renewal of the permit does not change the subject matter before, that was before the court and now before us. Like I would like to adapt an approach similar to what the court adapted, that even if for the argument's sake, if we look at this, I do believe based on the documents that made available to us, that the applicant or the appellant did totally fail to prove it to us that the DUB misinterpreted the building code with respect to the site safety plan. Building codes are prepared to provide minimum safety regulations. If a department of building or if an applicant to that department is willing to go beyond these requirements, he shouldn't be penalized because of that. And this kind of like notion was indicated in the court decision. So for that, I do believe that we don't have jurisdiction. And even if we do, I would vote no for that appeal. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I agree with everything that's been stated, and I also want to second what Vice Chair Shabeta said about procedurally having this be an appeal against a renewal of a permit, which I think has been touched on by many others, does give it opens up an opportunity to, as we all know, permits expire after 1 year. And so if one is able to come back every year upon renewal for an appeal, it creates too many sort of this endless opportunity to fight something that's already been decided. I agree to dismiss this for lack of jurisdiction. Thank you.
Okay. So I think then we do not need to go any further. Yes, right. I want to close this and I want to take a vote to affirm the
Council has a hand raised, it's dismissed, lack of jurisdiction, dismissed.
yeah, cannot
Yes,
see.
so procedurally, the next steps are the board should take a vote to close. If that vote carries, we can also take a vote to dismiss for lack of jurisdiction. This is different from what I stated earlier about the votes to approve. When we look at an application based on the information within the application, it is procedurally a vote to approve, and the board votes yes or no. For a vote to dismiss, the affirmative vote from a commissioner means that we would like to dismiss the case. Is that clear? Okay, thank you.
So the first would be to vote to close,
Yes.
Yes.
and the second one would be, okay, got it.
To
Thank you.
dismiss for lack of jurisdiction.
Okay, we ready?
Yes. Okay.
Okay. So the motion to close, Chairperson Chanda,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Yes.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Yes.
Commissioner Sheta, Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay,
Now, the next one is to vote to dismiss for lack of jurisdiction.
Chairperson Chanda,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Yes.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
This application has been dismissed for lack of jurisdiction.
Okay. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, moving on. Special order calendar, continued hearing items. Item number 16, 245-32 BZ, 12306, 12305, 101st Avenue, Queens. This is an extension of term.
All right. The application was last heard on October 17th. The applicant has submitted its response to questions that were raised at that hearing. Specifically, the hours of operations has been corrected. It's Monday to Saturday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Plans have been revised. However, I have to say, I'm not sure it responded to all the comments that I had raised, and I'm going to go through those. The access aisle from the handicap parking space, which is parking spot number 10, per the revised plan, is only partially shown. It is not, it will not be able to provide any access to the building entrance. The purpose of the ADA access aisleway is to provide a clearance for a handicapped person to be able to access from the vehicle all the way to the store itself. So that clear path has to be indicated. Based on the photographs that's been provided currently, there are vehicles that are parked in front of what is currently shown as number 10 parking spot on the plan. So definitely there isn't a way to get to the store from that parked vehicle. I also had stated at their last hearing was the parking spaces as have been laid out on the plan, parking spaces 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 have been spaced out. And my understanding is that these parking spaces are not meant for customer parking. They're meant for vehicles that have been left there for repair. So there is no reason why so much spacing that has to be provided between these parking spaces. They can be right next to each other without that gap that is being shown, as actually in reality is happening on the site. And if by doing so, you can accommodate an additional parking space on the site, because it seems this site is like just everywhere there is need for parking. So I'm just trying to help the applicant gain one more parking space, and at the same time make sure that the handicap ADA access route or handicap route is clearly demarcated and will not be then be overrun by excess parked vehicles. So I do want the applicant to look into it, and if there are any questions, they can reach out to the project manager for more clarification. Now, one of the issue at the last hearing, and I think that has been made clear, is that it seems there are 3 tenants of using this site. So there is the, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to go through my notes. There is the RNS auto repair facility. There is also the operator of my notes are now, I don't know what happened, of Pamonti, and there is the 101 Auto Repair. So there are three tenants, 101 Auto Repair, Pamonte, and RNS Auto Repair. And each one seems to be sharing a portion of this entire zoning lot. As I understand, the 101 Auto Repair, Pamonte, is operating, its operation is fronting on 101 Avenue. And therefore, I think its vehicles are parking on that portion of that 9-foot 7-inch deep portion of the front at the front lot line for parking, which, as the photographs have shown, that vehicles are actually then extending into the sidewalk. And we had told the applicant that that is not going to be permitted. And there has to be a no parking sign provided also along that frontage to prevent any vehicles from parking there and blocking the sidewalk. So that is one issue that has still not been addressed. The second one is, I think, so the Pamonte vehicle, I think, is using the portion of the building that is accessing from 123rd Street, and that has most of the vehicles that are parked in the along the front yard of 123rd Street. The third user is the RNS Auto Repair, and that is the occupant, I believe, is providing the service, on-call vehicle repair service, and they use 2 trucks. And those 2 trucks are to be located where the driveway is located along the northern side of the zoning lot. The plan still shows there are 4 cars that are parked there, with a note saying 2 small trucks associated with the auto body shop will be parked there. I do not know if the size of those trucks are the same as the size of the parking spaces that have been indicated on the side yard. In addition, the applicant had also stated that the side yard has a trailer, which I'm not sure which of the 3 tenants are using it. And so the operational plan needs a little bit more clarity. And as to are the parking spaces being shared by all 3 tenants, the parking spaces that is located along 123rd Street and also along on the side yard, or is it exclusive to each one of the tenants? That's not clear. Then the question becomes, we had asked the applicant to provide an opaque fence along the northern side lot line. The applicant stated that the property owner, the residential property owner adjacent to that is not amenable to it. I would say that should there be an ask by the neighboring residential tenant that an opaque fence be put up, the applicant should provide that tenant with that opaque fence, that occupant, the resident with that. The applicant should then provide that opaque fence immediately. The question becomes, who is responsible for providing that fence? Would it be the owner of the property, or would it be that specific tenant that is using that portion of that zoning lot? Same question goes for maintenance. Who is responsible ultimately for maintaining the entire site? Is it each respective tenant taking care of its portion, or is it being more, or is it the property owner who is going to make sure all of the conditions are and there's signage, maintenance, lighting, all of that are being trash collection, trash removal, all of that is being taken care of by the property owner and coordinates with the tenants. So I need a little bit more clarification on the operation of the site, given that there are 3 tenants occupying 3 distinct portions. The applicant has provided the sign analysis. I don't have any issues with it. The photos have been provided with regards to the perimeter of the condition and the improvements that were made to the site. Specifically, barbed wires have been removed and cars have been removed from the 101 frontage, though, as I said on the photograph, I saw a vehicle that is parked there. So I'm not sure of what specifically photo number 13 is indicating. Letters from the owner, as I said, was provided regarding the fencing from So those are my questions. Now, the operational plan also stated that the use of the trucks to make the repair generally tends to be outside of the subject site till 6 p.m. So during that time, is that parking space, is that side lot being used by any of the tenants? And what is the frequency of the use, that is specifically vehicles going in and out? And the reason I'm asking this question is, will that not disrupt the abutting residential tenant? And so I need some clarification as to what is happening between this 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. when those trucks are out taking road calls. With regards to the lighting, the applicant states that all lighting will be facing the residential lots will be turned off after closing hours. I believe a note to that should be indicated in the plan. And I also want to know that the trash that is located inside one of the buildings, is that going to be used by all the tenants? So those are my comments. I hope the applicant can respond to those questions at today's hearing. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with everything you stated. The only thing I want to add is that the owner's letter states that the neighbor doesn't want a fence in front of the building because there's a new siding that was put on that home. And that seems reasonable. I would just think I think it might be helpful to send the owner's letter to the tenant with a brief note saying, if this is a true statement, they don't need to respond. If it's not, this is something that they should reach out to the case manager, or to reach out to the case manager if they don't agree, if this isn't a true statement. I'm not committed to this, but I think it might be helpful.
You mean the tenant or the?
So the owner's letter states that the adjacent neighbor does not want a fence.
Okay.
Because
so
they have.
You want that letter to be then sent to the adjacent neighbor? Yeah,
that's
okay.
That's what I would request. Other than that, I have no other questions.
Okay.
Do you want, may I answer, Vice Chair? So you want something in writing from the homeowner, the adjacent property, to say that it's true that I don't want a fence, some affidavit statement?
I don't think we need to go as far. I think just simply if we mail a letter to them with the statement that the owner's letter, and asking them if this is a true statement to reach out to us. If this is not a true statement to reach out to us, I think that would be sufficient.
Okay, so the project manager is Vin Roybal. Okay.
And I can help draft that note if need be.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Yeah, this is just to notify them that this, if it accurately represents their understanding. Okay. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
There is a difference in the signage by frontage versus the signage that's shown on the plans. There's a single illuminated sign facing both ways at 29.2 square feet, yet it's noted on 123rd Street at 30 square feet and on 101st Avenue as 29 square feet. So they just need to review their statements about signage and reconcile them.
Okay, thank you for verifying that. Thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. 2 points very quickly. Number one, regarding the lighting, I do believe the statement from the applicant is not enough. They need to provide some shielding. The reason I'm mentioning that, because in like sometimes it gets dark at like as early as 4:30 maybe, and that like maybe the closing is going to be after 5:30. So I'm going to ask them to provide some shielding for the lights. And the shielding shouldn't be much, because the only spots that the lighting can be like reflected into the adjacent house is through 2 adjacent windows in the adjacent home. So it shouldn't be that much of shielding. The second point is regarding the spots where the trucks that the applicant indicated that they use them to provide repair for cars that get idle on streets. I'm fine with keeping these spots used for truck parking, provided that the neighbors next door have no objection to that. So if we're gonna send, or if we're gonna have the applicant send a letter to the adjacent house neighbor, I would ask them to include this inquiry in that letter, asking them whether they have a problem with that or not. That's all what I have. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I wanted to thank the applicant for responding to our comments and removing the barbed wire fencing, or at least the barbed wire on top of the fence. I don't have any further comments to add beyond what's been stated.
Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Item number 17, 299-99 BC, 8-16 Malcolm X Boulevard, Brooklyn.
All right. I'm just pulling up the photos that's been submitted. So please note that the legal counsel has changed and affidavit has been provided to that effect. The application was last heard on May 9th. Thus far, there were 3 hearings and 3 adjournments. Throughout the hearing, the board consistently expressed concern about the site condition and especially the use of the site for U-Haul rental, in addition to gasoline service station and auto repair uses. In its last submission, the applicant has removed the vacuum cleaner machine and has placed bollards along DeKalb Avenue along the parking area to prevent vehicles from encroaching onto the sidewalk. The applicant has painted, the owner has painted the walls and the sidewalks were repaired. So I do want to thank the owner for doing that. An operational plan has been provided for the site and regarding the U-Haul rental. The U-Haul rental operation is from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. 4 parking spaces, 4 parking spaces will be assigned to the site, and these will be fronting along DeKalb Avenue. My question, which was not clearly stated in the operational plan, is that is the site a pickup or a drop-off, or is it both? It definitely is a pickup point, but is it also a drop-off point? And how would in that case, if it's a drop-off point, how would the operator ensure that no more than 4 vehicles at a time will be parked at the site? And the operational plan was not very clear regarding that. And the reason I'm saying is that if you already have 4 U-Haul vehicles that are occupying those parking spots and a 5th one comes to drop off, then what happens in that case? In that case, they're relying and coordinating with U-Haul to remove the excess vehicles or NYPD to move the recovered U-Haul is not something that is going to work on a day-to-day basis. And once more than 4 vehicles are allowed to park, I think it would become like a habit for customers to continue to return the vehicles, as it would be always convenient. So the applicant needs to distinguish the parking area that would be dedicated just for U-Haul and parking area that would be used for non-U-Haul related uses for customer parking or for the auto repair usage. And the applicant should provide appropriate signage for those parking spaces. I also, it was not clear if there would be any signage or advertising signage or anything that would be provided for the U-Haul rental. And my reason for asking is that this should not be a use that should be widely promoted. I think this should be minimized. The footprint and the use of it should be minimized to the extent possible. The primary use is not U-Haul, it's a gasoline station and an auto repair. A letter has been provided by All Island Paving Company, seal coating company that is, regarding why a seal coating during wintertime is not possible. And that springtime would be the earliest possible time that seal coating can take place. So while some of these improvements are appropriate, the latest submission has not responded to the landscaping and fixing the fencing along the northern lot line. Especially the fencing, this has been discussed throughout all the hearings. At the last hearing, the owner's representative had stated that excavation was needed prior to doing ground planting, and so it wasn't clear why that was necessary for ground planting also for fencing. Owner must submit an affidavit committing to do the seal coating in spring of 2023, landscaping and fixing this fence also by spring of 2023. The revised plan does not include the following information. It does not. It needs to include notes regarding signage and lumen. Specifically with regards to the signage on the subject zoning lot must comply with the underlying zoning regulations and must be reviewed and approved by DOB. DOB takes no, BSA takes no position on this. All lighting sources that are located on the lot line adjacent to residential use shall be shielded from direct view and to minimize any adverse effect on the surrounding residences. The plan needs to show a handicap parking space and a 3-foot wide stripped pathway from the handicap parking area to the attended area and the store. Also the applicant needs to remove the vacuum cleaner from the plan sheet. It is still showing that. A detailed landscaping plan sheet needs to be provided indicating the width of the landscaping area. The applicant is requesting that, now with the landscaping area, if the applicant can state that without having to do an in-ground, if it can identify the reason, the difficulty in providing an in-ground planting, the applicant should state that. And if there is a real difficulty in providing an in-ground planting, the applicant needs to provide a very robust above grade planting that can sustain. There are a few cases we have seen that, but that is something the applicant needs to provide a detail as to how that would work. Typically, we have seen that on a bed that is 4 foot wide, 4 foot deep, and it is very well maintained and irrigated. And so it's a steep road for the applicant to take, but I'm offering that if only the applicant can prove that the in-ground planting is not possible because of some mechanical, structural, utility lines or anything that prevents it from being provided. So the applicant is also requesting that the extension of the term start from the date the applicant is granted by the board. Now, I have concern about the site because it has taken a long time for the board to get to even this bit of improvements and clarity. So should we, I do not think we are ready to close today because we still need clarification on the operational plan and how the U-Haul truck would be kept in check and kept to 4 vehicles at the site. And those are my initial comments based on the submission provided. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I want to first state that I'm happy to see that this case is now progressing. The removal of the vacuum, the wall being painted, the sidewalk repaired, the sign painted, bollards, and the statement that they're going to seal coat when the weather is appropriate, I found to be a very large change to what we were getting before. And I agree with everything you stated. But with regard to the U-Haul, I think that we could, this could be resolved with a simple affirmation that they will not accept any U-Haul vehicles other than the 4 that they're renting out. If that is the actual case, because they say they have 4 U-Haul trucks, and they have those U-Haul trucks are designated to certain locations, certain spots. So, and they say they're only for local. So I understand that to mean that they rent out the U-Haul for the day or forever how long, and that same U-Haul truck comes back. and goes to its assigned lot. Now, if I don't know how the U-Haul operates, but I would imagine that when someone drops off a U-Haul truck, they have to give the keys, or they have to do some token of giving the vehicle back to a U-Haul administrator. If that is the case, an affirmation saying that they will not accept any U-Haul trucks that are outside of the 4 that are designated for those spots, that I think would curtail our concerns with regard to having having other trucks at this location. And that's the only thing I'd like to add.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Yes, I am definitely not well versed with the U-Haul operation with regards to the pickup and drop off and what exactly goes into the specifics. So it would be very helpful to clarify that. And I agree with you. The improvements that has been made, it's long time in coming, but and do appreciate those improvements being made. Thank you, Commissioner Otley Brown.
Having seen cases come before us before with U-Haul operations on site, and noting that regardless of what we have discussed or agreed to in hearing, it has been very difficult for sites that continue to have U-Hauls to control the amount of U-Hauls that are actually on site at any particular time. I don't know if it's because of the operator or if it's because of the U-Haul operation itself. But I think if we are to approve U-Haul on this site, it should be very clear in the conditions that there is a limit of 4 trucks at any given time, no more than 4 trucks, regardless of who brings them back to that site. Leave that up to U-Haul to figure that out. However, it should be clear that if they're going to violate our limit on U-Haul trucks, that we will bring them back for a compliance hearing. Yeah. And if we make that clear, then I would be fine with allowing them to give this a try.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, first of all, I want to thank the applicant for achieving some progress here, significant progress, I would say. And I'm going to comment on 3 things. Number 1, the seal code. They provided a statement from a contractor indicating that the seal code need to be done during warmer temperature times. I do agree with that. And I take the statement from the applicant as a commitment to do this as soon as it gets warmer. So this is on the seal code. The second thing on the in-ground planting, and I'm looking right now at a street view for the site. And if you look here, I do believe that the adjacent building may have a cellar. If this is true, then I don't think they have a problem removing this piece of concrete thing and doing ground planting, because in such a case, that foundation of the building would be like located much deeper than the root depth or the planting zone of the proposed landscaping. If this is not the case and the adjacent building doesn't have a cellar, I would be sympathetic with them to just go with above ground planting or planters. So I'll be waiting for a clarification from them on whether the adjacent building has a cellar or not. Of course, even if the building has a cellar, they will need to design the planting zone properly to make sure that any watering to the landscaping wouldn't impact the foundations by providing some probably insulation and diverting the irrigation water away from the foundation of the building. So this is on the planting. The third point is on the U-Haul thing, and I do have some experience with U-Haul. I want to say that I totally agree with Commissioner Brown on the notion that we need to limit them to the 4 trucks, U-Haul trucks that they have, and any additional drop-offs need to be prevented. I just wanna like say that if you rent a truck from U-Haul, you can go there after hours, you can go there at midnight and just get inside, put the car wherever, and just leave the keys in a drop box. And if on a site like this, if this is the case, this is a gas station, this is not just a U-Haul site. If a car or a truck is misplaced and God forbid something happen in the gas station, it's going to be a nightmare. So I would like to limit them to 4 and 4 only. And if they exceed that number, we will bring them back. Thank you.
Can you keep the photo that you have shown? So one thing that I'm noticing here, and thank you, Commissioner Shetta, for your explanation. So as I'm noticing, even if we were to provide any kind of planting along the portion where the vans are, these vans are hovering over where the planting would be. So the trees, whatever is going to be planted are going to die. So need to look at the parking layout and make sure that the vehicles are not hanging over the in-ground parking or any planting that is going to be proposed.
Bollards there maybe or something? Well, that's a handicap.
Yeah, I mean, typically a wheel stop would be the easiest and simplest and the most cost-effective way to prevent that kind of overhang. Otherwise, it's a exercise in futility and waste of money to go through that and have these vehicles kill it. So please look at the site condition, how it is being used in reality, and what you're proposing needs to all work together. We do not want to impose something that is not going to work. So you have to provide something that is realistic, that is going to work with your existing condition. But at the same time, if there's something that is happening in your existing condition that is not correct and can be corrected easily with the most cost-effective way, do look into that. Commissioner, Vice Chair Shibata, do you have your hand?
I do. I was, you know, while we continue to talk about planting, this is a small site, and I think it may be too onerous to have planting on this site. We should consider that. We should consider that this might be too onerous on the applicant.
I don't. Vice Chair, sorry.
One
Can
person
go
at a
ahead?
time. One person at a time.
Can I do one thing? And this is really my mistake, because Commissioner Shetta had the Google view. Out of laziness, I asked that. Can we first hear what Commissioner Yoon have to say and then come back to the general follow-up round of questions with regards to above ground versus below at grade planting?
Can I finish my testimony, please?
Oh, you didn't. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to go back to the planting thing. What I wanted to say is, if we push them to put, let's say, a 4 feet or 5 feet strip here, I don't think this is going to be a solution that's possible to implement. If you look at this view, the facility already has a turning radius for the entrance of the station that's marked on the asphalt here. If this is removed, I do believe that the only vehicles that's going to be possible to park here without intruding into that turning zone is going to be a small sedan car. So even if planting is possible from a structural perspective, I'm not sure if we push them to include landscaping 4 feet, even 4 feet wide along this side here. I'm not sure if this is going to be feasible solution. Maybe we're going to be pushing them into a problem zone rather than like a solution zone. So I wanted my colleague to think probably of waiving the planting thing, or maybe go with a smaller above grade planting instead of in-ground planting, like 2 feet wide. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. So I have a lot of experience with U-Haul in my days, and I want to note that if you have, and I would like the applicant to clarify this, but if there are 4 vehicles that are, this is their home base, one of the features that U-Haul has is one-way drop-offs, and you're allowed to drop off your vehicle at any participating U-Haul vendor. So it's quite out of the vendor's control if it's, you know, a feature that allows someone the flexibility then to take it to any participating U-Haul retailer. So I think it's quite cumbersome to say that that's an impossible thing for them to provide, or to somehow limit the spaces to 4, because it doesn't give any room for potential drop-offs overnight, as Commissioner Shadow is saying. So is it possible to designate 1 or 2 flex parking spots for overflow, or would we consider some other way of allowing this type of operation to occur on the site? Because otherwise it feels like it might be an undue burden on the U-Haul operation altogether. And maybe that's the point. But for me, I think we could maybe consider one of these repair shop spaces along the northern lot line as a flex space potentially. Other than that, I agree that the in-ground planting bed may be quite onerous on the site for circulation. And I went to the site some months ago, and it is quite tight and congested as it is. It's very busy. The repair shop seems to have also a number of cars, you know, waiting there. So perhaps we can waive this in-ground planting requirement, at least in this location, in order to permit the use of that curb cut and the circulation on the site. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you. This was very, I think we are going to have this discussion. And one thing, I think Commissioner Sheta, your graphics pointed out, you're right. I mean, there is a maneuverability zone that has been clearly shown in the plan, and the area is very tight. So I didn't notice that until you showed the Google view, and because the plans don't quite show that. I am, based on that, I definitely, you know, the safety and maneuverability are one of the key elements that the board had to find originally when this was granted. So with that in mind, I agree that we do not need to have planting along that portion. I mean, this is a blank wall with really, there's and as long as that wall can be kept clear of any debris or graffiti and make it appear nice, which currently it looks, it's nicely painted. I don't know whether it's the residential building owner that painted it, or is the current the applicant applicant painted it. I do not know that, but that's really what it should appear, and I would be okay with that. But the in-ground planting or planting should be provided along the residential rear lot line where the residential property stops, because you do not have any parking there, and there is that bent fence there. For privacy reason, and the planting should be provided. So where the residential building ends, planting should be provided from there up to the rear lot line. Along the rest of the building frontage, I'm okay with not having to provide it. So that's one thing with regards to the planting, and I'm open to any discussions that commissioners you may have on this. With regards to the U-Haul thing, this is considered, and I went to the U-Haul website and supposedly this site is a U-Haul neighborhood dealer. I don't know, and this site includes drop-off, is included in the drop-off location. So I don't know if U-Haul has different structure of where you are allowed to do they have one where they allow only pickup and no drop-off or something like that? So are there other stricter methods? What I am not comfortable is giving that flexibility, is because this is allowing a U-Haul operation would be a rental. It's a different use group than what the underlying zoning would allow. So we are allowing a use that is not permitted in this zoning district and allowing it to have a larger footprint than would be permitted in a C24 zoning district. So I am very uncomfortable with providing flexibility and increasing the number of U-Haul rental operation, because that use, it should not be the primary use. That should be an accessory use and should be a very small percentage of that total operation. And therefore, I'm very reluctant to allow for an additional flexible space. That is something the operator has to figure out how to make it work. And if the U-Haul store closes after 8 p.m. and someone else is going to drop it off at 12 midnight, it is the responsibility of the operator who is managing the gas booth, gasoline station, to kind of basically say, hey, dude, you cannot park there. We already have 4 vehicles parked, go somewhere else. So that operational plan needs to be revised to reflect what happens beyond 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. and who monitors that. And we need a firm affidavit from the operator of U-Haul at this site and from the property owner that commits them to the operation. And given what the concern that I'm hearing from all of you, if we grant anything on this side, this will be on a very short leash and it will be monitored very closely by this board. Any deviation from anything that we put on the condition will bring this application up for compliance. So the applicant, I'm saying this upfront now, so the applicant is fully clear as to what it is signing up for, and prepare its documents and statements and commitment accordingly so that it can maintain and uphold everything that it has stated. Any other comments or questions from the commissioners? Okay, let's go to the next case. Thank you very much.
Item number 18617, 80BZ, 770, 780 McDonald Avenue, Brooklyn.
All right. The application was last heard on October 4th. In response to the comments raised at the hearing, the applicant has made its submission. Sign analysis form has been provided and it complies with the zoning regulation. Questions were raised regarding the trash location and pickup. The applicant states that the trash is kept in the cellar, and after the guest leaves, it's taken outside to the trash container, and refrigerated trash storage container is located in the adjoining property for pickup. And the pickup of the trash is from Ditmas Avenue. Photos have been provided of this location. Based on the photos provided, this is my recommendation, is that the applicant remove the graffiti from the fence and the gate enclosing the trash storage. Even though this is not a property the applicant owns or is part of the primary function, it is serving a critical part of this operation, which is storing trash from a catering establishment. So the least the applicant can do is to remove the graffiti from the fence and the gate enclosing this enclosure. It wasn't clear from the photo as to where the refrigerated trash is stored at this site. There's also barbed wire on the gate to this enclosure that needs to be removed. In the plan A100, it shows that the applicant needs to show the adjacent lot where the trash is stored. The current plan does not show that. The site is accessible from Ditmas Avenue, and need to add a note that portion of lot 10 is used for trash storage, including refrigerated trash. And the rest of the lot 1 can be hatched out as it's not part of the action. It's also not clear if lot 10 is being used for emergency exit. If so, then it needs to be indicated on plan A100. Also in the A100 need to show the easement area, which was stated in the statement of fact, but it's not indicated in the plan. Those are my comments. Actually, No, I have another comment on this one. Fire department conducted inspection of the site and determined that the barbed wire with 4-foot high chain link fence on the roof would not obstruct the firefighting access. And regarding the existing fence on the city sidewalk along McDonald's Avenue, the revocable consent to approve the fence was held on September 30th, 2022. The applicant is awaiting contract from DOT. At the last hearing, the applicant was asked to revise the statement of fact regarding the fencing on city sidewalk. The revised statement of fact did not refer to it, and that it is valid for 10 years from the date of the approval. That needs to be clearly stated in the statement of fact. The applicant is requesting that the extension of the term start from the date the application is granted by the board. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with your statements, and particularly with regard to the graffiti on the fence enclosing the trash location, and with the removal of the barbed wire. I have no further comments.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I agree with your comments, Chair. No further comment.
Thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with what you mentioned, and I have nothing else to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. So one comment you made on that they need to add on A100, the refrigerated trash area, but it is shown in a clouded bubble. And it shows the existing easement, or it has a note on the existing easement on the A100. So I'm sorry if I misunderstood. Was it to get more detail on the plan, or?
Yeah, maybe I did not quite see it clearly on that then. Okay.
I think all the other clarifications that you asked for, I agree with. I just wanted to double check on that one.
Right, A100 does show the refrigerator. I think for me, the question was, okay, so actually it was A102 is where I wanted to know where the exit and the access way would be to the refrigerated trash. I just want to make sure it's happening from the lot to the lot and not something that is going out into the sidewalk and then coming to the other side. That's really what my concern was, and I wanted to just clarify that, and if that can be reflected in the A102 plan. You're right, A100 has it. I meant A102. Thank you. Okay. Any other comments?
Sorry.
Okay, let's move on to the
Continued hearing items, item number 19, 34660 BZ, 211 Tapscott Street, Brooklyn. Hope I'm Tapscott.
okay. I'm just opening the plan up. The application was last heard on October 17. The applicant has submitted its response to comments raised at that hearing. Sanborn map from 1966 and latest surveys have been provided indicating that there has been no change to the zoning lot area. This was one of the basic threshold question. Applicant has revised the plan. Proposed trash enclosure has been provided, and a note, a sign has been added to the plan stating that no idling of any vehicles along the parking area. However, in the plan, I think the size of the sign is indicated as 8 foot wide by 2 foot high. I'm assuming it's a typo and the size of the sign is something much smaller. So applicant, please look into that and correct it. Width of the proposed canopy has been shown. Also, indicate the depth of the proposed canopy on plan sheet BSA 4.1 as in the proposed canopy construction, which shows it as 68 foot by 28 foot. Stripe the proposed ADA walkway from the parking area indicated on the plan. Notes have been added regarding the landscaping along the northern lot line. It will be in-ground planting. A lumen plan was not provided indicating the location of the light source and the proposed lumen level. That we need to at least have an understanding where those should be will be provided. And in addition to that, a note should be added to the lumen sheet that all lighting sources that are located on the lot line adjacent to residential use shall be shielded from direct view and to minimize any direct view to minimize any adverse effect on surrounding residences. Can the location of the air pump be placed where the vacuum cleaner is at present? By moving the air pump away from the entrance would reduce the vehicular conflict and potential vehicles blocking the sidewalk. Signage chart has been provided with the plan, and the total signage per frontage will be less than permitted. There should be a note added to the plan that the signage shall comply with the underlying zoning regulation. A letter has been provided from the Atlantis management regarding the replacement of the underground storage tank. The letter states that as a precaution during the construction, owner's environmental consultant will be on-site monitoring, and if any contamination is discovered, will work with New York State DEC to process, treat, and properly dispose any impacted soil. So I was satisfied with the response that's been provided thus far. Vice Chair Shibata.
I agree with your comments, Chair. I have no further comments on this application.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
No additional comment.
Thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with your comments. I just want to add that the applicant provided sheet EX50419, which I do believe that the applicant mistakenly believes that this is the lumen spread or the lighting diagram that we asked for. However, it's not. It's just some details from the proposed lumen units for the proposed canopy. I would ask the project manager to forward a sample lumen diagram to the applicant, and if they can prepare a similar one to it, that would, I believe, help the case significantly. Other than that, I have no further comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I have no further comments.
Okay. Thank you. All right. How are we doing with time? We have
We're
already
11:30.
11:30. So let's do the new cases and then we'll take a short break.
Okay, new cases on the SOC calendar, item number 20, 615-57BZ, 15411 Horace Harding Expressway, Queens. This is an extension of term for auto service station.
Okay. We have received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing. Community board voted to approve this application, and we also have received a letter of support from the abutting residential neighbor at 154 Place, and has stated has no issues with the site lighting at the subject site. The action before us is this is an application for an extension of term for an existing gasoline service station, use group 16B. The term of previous grant is set to expire on June of 2023. The threshold per zoning resolution section 11-41 lot area of zoning lot has not increased. I believe that was clearly indicated in the analysis. The applicant has not provided a compliance chart for previous years. I think only 1 year was provided. With regards, and here are my just few comments. Confirm if only one parking space is being proposed to be maintained instead of 3 as in shown in the previously approved plans. The traffic flow should be part of the proposed set plan. It is right now a separate one. Stripe the parking spaces, indicate on the plan the existing floor area for the convenience store. With regards to the signage, the applicant should add a note that the signage shall comply with the C1 signage regulations. With regards to lumen, it has not been provided, though in this case, I do not think it is needed because there are no light fixtures near the residential use fronting on 154th Place, and the frontage of Casina is a commercial corridor with abutting commercial use. So while the existing light fixture should not affect the abutting residential use, I don't know if there is a residential use because I go by this site very often. Applicants should add a note to the plan that all lighting sources that are located on the lot line adjacent to the residential use shall be shielded from direct view to minimize any adverse effect on surrounding residences. Overall, as I said, I go by this site quite often, and I have seen this site is always kept in very good condition. I just want the applicant to update the plan, add a few notes to the plan, and revise the compliance chart. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you. The site's in good condition. I'd like to hear from the rest of the board what the board thinks of adding shrubbery to the grass in photo number 7. And I appreciate the letter consenting to lighting. Perhaps in the resolution, we should state that upon renewal, the same must be obtained.
Okay. Okay.
And that's all I'd like to add.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have one comment, and that has to do with the previously approved plans stating that the building is 1,184 square feet with a 653 square foot selling area, yet the new plans say that the building is 1,279 square feet and does not state the selling area. So I think they need to reconcile the previously approved plans with the current plans and also note the selling floor area on the current plans. That's my only comment.
Thank you. That is critical. Thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. The only comment I have is regarding photos submitted. And if you look at photo number 6 and photo number 10, which is showing the walls, I can share my screen if you want to make it easier. This is the photo I'm talking about. Let me just move this away. Yeah, and if you look at that picture here, you can clearly see that there is a crack, horizontal crack.
Commissioner Shetta, you're going in and out or something's.
I apologize, maybe because I shared the screen. Do you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So this crack, the horizontal crack, and this is kind of a retaining wall. If you look at the street view, this view here, you can clearly again see that kind of wall is acting as a retaining wall. It retains the grades from this elevation here, where cars are parked or where you have green areas, and to this elevation. So this slope wall is acting as a retaining wall. And the reason I'm concerned about that crack is actually when you have a continuous horizontal crack in a retaining wall like that, that means something structural. So I would give him an advice. We haven't looked at the design of this wall. We don't even have a cross section for that wall. But as a structural engineer, when I look at a crack like this, it gives me a warning. I'm not saying that the wall needs like significant repair or so, I don't know. But you need to have this wall inspected and get an opinion from a structural engineer on it. That's all what I have.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I just noted one small typo at the beginning of the statement of facts that states that the current term is set to expire on October 8th, 2023, but it's actually in June of 2023, as you stated, Chair. So if they could correct that and make that consistent throughout their documents. As to Vice Chair Shibetta's suggestion of adding shrubbery to photo number 7. I agree. I think along the street, along sorry, not 154th Place, but along what is this adjacent street? But basically along Horse Harding, where there's a sidewalk, a few shrubs there to shield that trash enclosure from the sidewalk and from the street would be you would only need probably 4 or 5 in order to do so. I think along the retaining wall that Commissioner Shedo was talking about, it's not necessary because it's so much higher than the grade of the adjacent sidewalk. But I have no further comments to add.
Yes, I agree with Commissioner Yoon and Vice Chair Shibeta's recommendation of providing shrubbery along that portion of Horace Harding. Yeah, and as I'm looking at photo number 7, there's a little bit of trash strewn across this greenery that can be cleaned up. And unfortunately, this is like right by Horace Harding Expressway and LIE. So I think a lot of garbage is flying in, but be that as it may, it should be kept clean. And I think the shrubbery can protect some of these fine debris coming into the site. So that's a good recommendation. Thank you. All right, next case, please.
Item number 21, 2017-131BZ, 7779 Jerry Street, Brooklyn. It's the amendment of a previously approved variance for a mixed residential and community facility.
Okay. We have received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing. Community Board has voted to approve this application. This is an application to amend a previously approved bulk variance to develop a mixed use building containing house of worship and residential use. Prior variance specifically granted modification to lot coverage, rear yard, and rear yard obstruction. The applicant is proposing a reduction of the zoning lot and minor changes to the interior layout related to the house of worship, which and the specific location of some of the changes are in the cellar. And also the applicant is proposing to change the facade material of the sidewall from brick to stucco. The zoning lot in the initial approval consisted of 4 tax lots that were going to be merged to transfer the unused development rights to develop a 7-story mixed-use building with a house of worship and a residential use on top of it on tax lot 49. However, the merger did not happen. The applicant is proposing to modify the zoning lot to the subject development site, which is zoning lot number, tax lot number 49, and that is the zoning lot. And this would result in a 5-story plus cellar building. This does not change the floor plate, the programmatic use, or the layout of the general layout of the house of worship that would be located in the cellar up to 3rd floor. The only change would be the as of right, the use above that, which is residential use. So it would only have 2 residential units. And again, let me remind you, the waiver that was granted by the board was not related to the residential. It was only related to the house of worship. And that is not being proposed to be changed. The proposed changes and the configuration in the cellar does not change any, alter any of the findings that the board made at the previous, with the initial approval. And it also does not change with regards to one of the waivers was lot coverage. The total lot coverage would reduce to 3,117 square foot when the maximum that would be permitted based on the revised zoning lot is 3,250 square foot. So as I mentioned, the applicant is proposing these changes. It would not change the findings and will not alter the neighborhood character. So I was satisfied with the application. Vice Chair Shibata.
I'm also satisfied with the application. I have no further comments. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I'm satisfied and have no comments.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I have no further to add. The only thing is that regarding the changing in the finished material for the facade, I did look at the neighborhood, and it sounds like the majority of the buildings in the neighborhood are brick finished. So I'll defer on changing from brick to stucco to Commissioner Yule. So I'm satisfied practically with the application with just this point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So you said majority of the facade is brick and not stucco?
Yes, I did look at the location where that building is proposed, and I do see that the majority of the facades, unless I'm looking at a different location, are made of brick. This is where the proposed building is. Am I
Right.
accurate on that? Yeah, and if you look at the buildings in the neighborhood, if you look at this side, this is a brick building, this is a brick building, same. And if I that like the other side, even this one, it's a brick building, or maybe it's a, I don't know whether it's a real brick or not, but it's a different color, of course. And
I have to say, okay, let me just hear from Commissioner Yoon before I state
yes,
any. Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you. It's typical on this block, although not consistent through all of the side facades, the lot line facades, to use stucco. And so I had no objection to replacing the brick on the side lot lines, which I think is what is being proposed, just along the side lot lines, to change that from brick to stucco. And if you go up and down the street, you'll see that many of their neighbors also use stucco or some kind of plaster over CMU for those side lot lines.
Yes.
Chair?
Yep.
Yeah, I didn't realize, is it proposed just for the side lot line or the front lot line? If the side lot line, I have no objection to it. I'm fine with it.
Okay.
I thought it's proposed for the front facade.
No, I should have been clear in my statement. It is specifically with regards to the side wall facade.
That's fine for me. Thank you. And I apologize for the confusion.
Okay, thank you. All right.
I also had nothing further to add, and I'm satisfied with the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Should we take a 10-minute break before we move on to the next round of questions? Yes. Okay. It's now 11:53. So let's round it to how about 12:05?
Come back at 12:05?
Yes.
Okey doke. Steve, break thing. Thank you.
Commissioners, please return. All right, do we have a quorum? Let's start.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're back on the record. We are still in review session, so no testimony is still not being taken from the public. Appeals calendar, continued hearing items, item number 22, 2020, 58A and 59A, 1012 Jasmine Way, Staten Island.
Okay. The application was last heard on October 17th. We received a submission on January 6th. I hope Commissioner, I'm sorry. I hope the commissioners had a chance to review it. The applicant has revised the plan to show all the conditions FDNY has required. And with regards to the environmental review, in light of the board's review of the community facility EAS that was issued for BSA case number 224-14BZ and 225-14A, as a lead agency, we believe that the proposed action would not have a significant adverse impact to the original findings of the EAS, and therefore I'm satisfied with what has been submitted thus far. Regarding the DEP approval, the applicant at the 1017 hearing had stated that was working on the water main approval and a certified house connection proposal for sanitary connection and stormwater internal water main approval was provided even earlier. So I am actually very satisfied with what has been provided so far. I want to hear from the others. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I am also satisfied. I find the hardship. I have no further comments.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no comments.
Okay. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I have nothing further to add.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I'm not sure if I missed it, but I just want to make sure that when the improvements are done, that the improvements to the sidewalk and the curb cut that are existing are also repaired, as they're in pretty bad shape when I was out there. Otherwise, I have no further comments to add.
Right. Yeah, I think this would have to go through, since this is a GCL 36, they would have to build a whole driveway, and it has to then also result in requiring all improving the sidewalks. That would be definitely, that would have to be required. Yes, I agree with you. Thank you. All right.
Move on.
Next, please. Yeah.
Zoning calendar, continued hearing items, item number 23, 233-15BZ, 4540 Vernon Boulevard, Queens.
All right. I'm just opening the plans up. And scrolling through my notes, just 1 second. The application was last heard on November 15th. The outstanding elements were finance related primarily and neighborhood context. The applicant has submitted a revised proposed plan and financing in response to the comments that were raised at the earlier hearings. So with regards to the revised financing, the applicant was asked to revise the comps for 0 bedroom and 1 bedroom without balcony, which has been provided. It has been adjusted upwards. The explanation for fallout rate was provided for the proposed and lesser variance, and I look towards Commissioner Otley Brown to confirm if all looks fine. Cost estimate for the renovation of the existing building also has been revised by removing the piling and pressure slab from the as of right as it was directed by the board. With regards to the revised plan, I have to say I'm very satisfied with the revision that has been made. The applicant has submitted a proposal that would reduce the number of stories and the total amount of floor area. This would result in a 21-story building up to a maximum height of 240 foot and 261 to the height of the bulkhead. It would be a mixed-use residential development with ground floor retail and repurposing the existing vacant, repurposing a portion of the existing vacant Paragon building that fronts on Vernon Boulevard. It would reduce the total floor area significantly to less than 5 FAR and would have a total of 202 residential dwelling units. Also, at the last hearing, the board had asked for a summary chart of the remediation cost payment, which has been provided. So here are my next set of comments, and they're all good comments, don't worry. While some frontages of Vernon Boulevard allow residential and commercial use, the revised financial analysis shows that the permitted density and the lesser variance alternatives are not financially feasible for the subject site. As accepted by the board, due to the unique condition of the site, to make a reasonable return, a density higher than the existing R6A with a C15, R6A C15 zoning district mapped along Vernon Boulevard or an M14 that is mapped on the subject site are not feasible. The applicant is proposing a mixed-use residential development with retail use that is less than 5 FAR, resulting in a 21-story building with 202 units. Though the 218 Annabelle Basin rezoning is in a proposal state, the rezoning plan visualized taller buildings along the waterfront that scale down in heights towards Vernon Boulevard. With regards to the subject side, the existing vacant four-story Paragon building is being retained that would continue to provide the historic context and a lower building height along Vernon Boulevard. R6A allows up to 70-foot high building. The existing building is lower than that. By setting the revised proposed tower significantly back from both the street frontages, the tower will be less imposing on the street frontages. Furthermore, the proposed reduced height will be more compatible with the context that exists today, which is a balance of new high-density development along the waterfront and areas with extensive transit connections like along Queens Plaza and Court Square in the upland, which is infused with medium density development along the local corridors. The revised proposed density of less than 5 FAR and the massing would be compatible and in keeping with this context. There is a proportionality, there is a proportionality to the form of the proposed tower and the way it aligns and relates to the Paragon building as a base. So I do appreciate the way the applicant is preserving the historical context of this building and the Vernon Boulevard frontage. One of my concerns was that the building would tower over the visual corridor along Annabelle Basin. Shifting of the tower from the base and further reducing the tower height would reduce the imposing feel of the tower along this basin and along the visual corridor. So based on the analysis provided and the build context, the proposed revised plan is reasonable and meets all the findings. We have received a DOT sign-off and DOT conditions that the builder's pavement plan be submitted and all required drawings shall be per AASHTO and New York State DOT specs and requirement for DOT review and requires a DOT review and approval. All unused curb cuts along the site's street frontages shall be closed through reconstruction as full height curb and sidewalk. Applicants shall coordinate with the Queensborough engineers regarding implementation of new parking regulation sign 3 months prior to usage of the proposed curb cut. I just noticed that we received a letter from Long Island City Coalition, which is in opposition of the proposed development. I hope the commissioners had a chance to review it. It came in at 12:01 p.m. I think, around 11:52 a.m. So I have no further comments. I'm satisfied with the application. I believe the application has met all 5 findings of 7221. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with your comments. I do want to just state that this reduction is substantial. It's by 2 stories and it contains 22 less apartments. But they've made a major modification to this application, and I think with that modification, it satisfies the findings. I have no further comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
Hi, as I had questions to the financials, the financial representative had appropriately answered all of my questions and raised the rents for the studio and 1-bedroom apartments, and explained, although the lesser variance and the proposed had similar returns on investment, they felt that the amount of value in the proposed scenario was higher than the lesser variance, and therefore that made the project more feasible. And while a return is a return, whether it's a smaller investment or a larger investment, both can be considered feasible in light of the fact that this project is a very complicated one in terms of the subsurface conditions, the brownfield cleanup program, and all of the different integrating parts that are going to have to come together just right for this to come to fruition. I'm in agreement that in this case, the proposed is the best scenario for this site.
Thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. Again and again, I want to thank the applicant for the pace. This case has been moved forward. This is hearing 3. Last hearing, I did ask them to take some cost elements of the as-of-right scenario, which was the pressure slab along with some foundation work such as the piles. They were very responsive in that. That was eliminated. That probably took the cost for the as-of-right, that the gap in the negative return for the as-of-right took it lower, which led to the applicant actually didn't wait for us to instruct them to reduce the size of the building. This is one of the excellent moves I like from applicants. When they found that the gap on the negative return started to little bit close, they reduced the size of the building by 2 stories. So I would want to thank them for that. I have no further comments on the application, and I'm ready to move forward and close this application if we're okay with other elements. Thank you.
Can I just clarify that for 1 second? They reduced the stories because the costs and the income changed on the proposed, and so it would have no longer been the minimum variance. That's why they made the adjustment. It had to do with the increased income on the proposed. That's why. Yeah. And so they reduced the stories on the proposed.
Yeah, that's my understanding, yes.
Okay, that's not what you said. That's why I'm clarifying it.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I also really appreciate the responsiveness from this applicant, and it is a complicated proposal, and they have responded very, very quickly to a number of changes and studies that were requested. I'm satisfied with this application, and I have nothing further to add.
Okay, thank you. All right, next case then.
Sorry about that. 2019-264 BZ, 3568 Nostrand Avenue, Brooklyn.
All right. This application was heard on October 3rd. At that time, the board was satisfied with the application. However, the outstanding materials were all environment SECRA related. So we need the SECRA sign off on this. Otherwise, really, there isn't anything related to the findings that the applicant needs to respond, unless and otherwise anything that results from the secret review that would require any modification to the plans or to the statement that is to be determined. I don't have any other comments on it. Any other comments from any other commissioners on this?
Okay, that being said, this concludes public review session.
Do we want to vote to close this application?
I
No, you
think
wanna do that at hearing?
we'll have to do it at the hearing, a public hearing.
Well, we can't close it if there's open secret. So are we going to move to a public hearing now, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Okay. Steve? Okay. It's the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for January 9th, 2023. We'll begin with the special order calendar, continued hearing items. Item number 16, 245 32 BZ, 12305 100 First Avenue, Queens.
Hi, how are you? I'm trying to call the architect. I just hung up with him, but I guess I can go through the plans without him. So 1 second, I'm sorry.
Do you want to start with Adam?
Yeah, but I don't, he's needs a call. So can I just sorry, I don't know what to do. I guess I could just do it without him. I didn't get a chance to call the owner yet because it went too fast.
Oh, sorry. Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do, thank you. Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC. I'm going to answer the questions as best as I can because I want to give you all your answers, but I didn't get a chance to call the owner, and he's a little bit of an older gentleman, so he's better with the phone than with the email. So your first question was in regards to the parking spaces. We understand what you're saying, that there are, it is an automotive repair and people come to park, so it's better to have more parking spaces. So we're more than happy to squish the spaces more together and provide as many parking spaces as we can on the plans. Your next question was trucks. We can show the trucks more clearly on the plan. I think we have to talk with the owner one more time to make sure that we accurately reflect that on the plans. There is three, as you pointed out, there are three separate operations, three separate tenants on this site. And I have to check with the owner about if anyone parks in those spaces when the trucks leave, the small trucks leave. I don't believe they do, but I'll have to get back to you on that and verify that in a submission.
You do realize why I'm asking for that clarification, because okay.
Definitely. The owner has a relationship with the next door owner, and that's why we said that they did get new siding recently, but we or you, we're more than happy to send out a certified mailing if you need or anything to the owner next door, that if they have any complaints or questions, they can contact us or the board or whatever language you would like.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Trailer, are they shared tenants? I need to get back to you about the trash and how the tenants separately use their trash, if that is okay. I don't know the answer to that right now. I do know there's trash inside the building, but I'll have to clarify how each of the tenants use it.
Okay.
We will tell the operator, this was Commissioner Shetta's comment about putting light shields on the lights. I don't see that doesn't seem like that should be a problem. And they do shut off all the lighting, when the store closes at 6 p.m. So hopefully, I don't think it's been bothering anyone, but I will tell them they need to put on a shield. That seems easy. And then,
Excuse me, if the neighbor next door is okay with it as is, I'm not asking you to provide shielding. The only reason I asked for the shielding is because that in the submission, it did say that we gonna like put the lights off by the close of the business. And
Okay.
my concern was that sometimes the business closes at probably at 6 o'clock and it gets dark at 4:30. But
Understood.
if there is no complaint or the neighbor next door is okay with the lighting,
Mhm.
I'm fine with it. You don't need to provide shielding.
Okay, so maybe we'll add that to
The
that
letter.
letter. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm just going through our comments. Plans need to show truck. Oh, and then there are no parking signs up, but I think we could be more clear on 101st Avenue about not parking on the sidewalk, so we can tell the tenant to add an additional signage there and show you. We heard that comment from the chair. Trailer, there's your. And then you had a question lastly, I think, about photo number 13, and I didn't get a chance to look at photo number 13 again.
Oh, I'm not able to locate photo.
I guess I'll take a look at photo number 13 again.
It's kind of funny when you want it, you don't get it.
Yeah.
245, 32. Because in that, I think this is from the earlier submission, the initial submission.
You said photo number 13. What was it showing? Is that what you were talking about?
Yeah.
She was, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so photo number 13 shows the side yard, and it shows the, I think that's, so I was trying to understand what it was trying to show, because it shows that a trash can, it shows a van, it shows a couple of things that are covered with some brown plastic material, and the residential home next to it. So I was trying to understand. And I think it was referred in your statement, and I was trying to understand what was the purpose of that.
Okay, let me, sorry
Sorry,
if I wasn't quick enough. Photo number 13. Oh, my photo number 13, I don't know if that is the, whatever, was showing the side with the house and how they got new siding. It was like a photo of the new siding.
Okay.
Just to show that it like looks like clean new siding.
I see, got it. Okay, thank you for the clarification. While I have you on the photos, so, the question with regards to the parking, if you look at photo number 9 of 16 from the original submission,
Okay.
and I think even from your recent submission, and I'm not sure why I'm not able to locate the recent photos that were submitted.
Okay, I can open them if you need me to.
Okay, there it is, additional photos. Yep, I can, yeah.
Okay.
Ms. Voltaire, Mr. Leonardi has attended. Is that the architect?
Yeah, sorry.
Do you want him to participate?
Yeah, he can join on in if that's okay, just in case.
Just let me swear him in. Madam Vice Chair,
Sure.
Madam Chair. Whee! Second time I've done that. Get used to it. I'll get used to it.
It's okay. I'm getting
Mr.
used to it.
Okay, Mr. Leonardo, could you, Leonardi, can you raise your right hand? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond to board member questions? Can't hear you.
If you can't come, you can't come.
All right, keep going.
So I was looking at photo 8 of 13 from the latest submission of 12/21/2022. In
Okay,
that, you will notice that there is a vehicle that is parked right at that corner, which would be in front of your proposed parking space 10. So
okay.
my point is, if in reality you are parking in this way,
Mm-hmm.
and if that gets you an additional parking space without having to, encroaching onto the sidewalk or anything, do it. But at the same time, make sure you're able to provide the handicap parking space with its ADA accessibility from the car to the building, which is to the building entrance.
He, Ben, we can't hear you. You're on mute.
You're muted. Mr. Leonardi, you're muted. Unmute, please.
You're still
Unmute,
muted,
Mr.
Ben.
Leonardi, can't hear you.
Can we unmute him? Can we do that?
Mute, how's that?
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Okay. All right.
Turn off your YouTube, sir. Thank you.
Can you still hear me?
Yes, well.
All right,
yeah.
I apologize. All right, at any rate, there is, if you notice on the plan, we show a 5-foot path to the 2 means of egress from the building. It's on sheet AP 101.
I
Can you hear
understand.
me?
I understand that. I think the question is, it's not the egress from the building. It is when a handicap parking space is provided, that there has to be a pathway from the handicap parking area to the building. Where, so in this case, it would be the sales office. So if, as a customer, if I'm coming to this place, I will park at this handicap parking space, and then I would have to use this paved area, demarcated accessibility area, to get to the office to pay my bills or pick up the key or whatever it is that I have to do. So that's the purpose of it. And Ms. Fuller is very aware of it. She has dealt with many such applications. And that is really what we are asking. You can do it. It is there in the, you have the space to do it. You need to show it, and then also, and make that change in your site to accommodate that. That's all.
Excuse me, I believe I do show it on my plan. If you look at spot number 10, there's a zebra striping adjacent, which allows you to get out. Then you walk up and it says 5-foot clear path for handicap area to building. There are 2 entrances to the building on 123rd Street, which has a clear 5-foot path to it.
Okay.
So what else would I have to provide?
So, okay, so that's great. The only thing is that in reality, that particular area where that note is there, 5-foot clear for handicap area to building, there is a vehicle parked there. And if that is the reality of the operation, then that's not going to work. So in your drawing, you need to extend this striped pathway.
Okay.
Parallel to or perpendicular to the parking spaces 9 and 10 to the building, and then that, and also make that change on the plan. Have it striped and make that change. Sorry,
definitely
Madam
do that.
Chair, before Mr. Leonardi continues to speak, I've been advised by counsel because I couldn't hear him. I have to do the testimony swearing in. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
My bad. So do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Okay, now you can respond to the chair.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yes, you can say, I understand, or I don't understand.
All right, what I would be glad to do is show the zebra striping along that area too. If that is what is needed.
right. All I'm just also saying, just use the reality of the operation and design your space in a way where your future operation will not be contrary to what is shown on the plan. So
Will do. I will explain. I will put that on the plan, definitely.
okay.
Cool,
Yeah.
thank you.
All right, so the other items,
I went through a lot of them, Ben, but I would say the other item we can talk with you about is signage. It's at the corner, so we'll make sure it goes to one of the frontages.
yes, since this was peculiar and it was at the corner, we showed, and there was a typographical error, we showed 29 feet on one side and 30 on the other. With your permission, I'd like to show, it's actually 29.2 square feet. I'd like to show it on one of the 2 streets. Is that a problem? Because I don't know which street, it's not 59 square feet, it's 29, but we showed it on both streets because it's diagonal, you follow?
Just
so do
pick
you
one.
want to show it on one street, or how do you want me to show that?
It should be just on one then,
Just
because it
pick
is,
a frontage, yeah.
yeah,
All
it's
right,
on,
so I
seems to be,
will show 29 square feet on either 101st Avenue or on 123rd, and we will correct that.
yeah, it seems to be fronting more on 101.
All right, I'll show it on 101st, no problem.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we already spoke, Ben, about putting more parking spots that more closely reflect the situation of parking. And then what else is for you? Plans?
Let's see, parking spaces, the handicap we discussed,
Yeah.
no parking on 101st Avenue in front of the garage. I will put a note on the plans to that. The letter to the adjacent neighbors,
Yeah, I explained that. That's not a plan change.
all right, and some of the things you're getting from the owner as far as the truck parking, correct?
Yeah, so we have to show that on the plans more accurately.
And I'm going to show a note to shield the lighting so that it doesn't reflect on the adjacent house, correct?
Yeah, but Commissioner Sheta said that we could put that in a letter to the neighbor to see if they actually have a problem with the lighting.
Okay, but we do show on the plan that it's directed away from any residential neighbors.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I
Any
think
other?
that's it.
Are there any questions or comments from the commissioners? Yes, Ms. Matias?
Just clarification. So Ms. Boladair is going to send the letter that states that the adjacent property owner has siding and they would prefer not to have fencing, and also then include Commissioner Sheta's comment about lighting, any issues about lighting. So they're
Right.
going to send it, provide it to the applicant, and then will provide us any
Right.
commentary from the
If I
from
may,
the
I
neighbor.
think one of the commissioners was also concerned about the trucks and they
Yeah,
wanted that
that's-
to be
that's-
incorporated in the
Yes,
lighting.
thank you.
Yes.
Yes, I was about to interrupt to indicate that it's three-pronged, I would say, question. One point is regarding the trucks and the use of the side yard for parking these trucks that go in and out. And the other thing is the lighting. And if they say we don't have an issue with the lighting, there is no reason for the shielding. And then the third point is regarding the fencing.
Fencing.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
And if you could copy the project manager of BSA when you send that letter?
Yeah, no problem.
It's Vinroy.
So I think for me, the outstanding, and we're still needing a little bit more clarity on the operational plan, especially since there are 3 tenants. Want to clearly know who at the end of the day is managing the entire site, or is the responsibility on individual tenant, and how are they all coordinated? And
as far as I've been working, the owner, but I'll clarify this, but the owner is in charge, and I've been speaking directly with the owner, who has been speaking with each of his tenants and fixing things as needed.
okay, so then a very clear letter of operation stating that and how that operation's managed and coordinated, and how that should be very clearly, especially also if there is sharing of parking spaces. I mean, that's why I asked the question, the side yard, like then does the operator who is fronting on 101st Street and has no parking on the side, does he use that space, or does he use some of the extra space on the ANS side, or whichever one? So is that something that happens?
Okay, so we need to put on the plan more clearly who uses what spaces, or
it doesn't have
No.
to be. That to me is irrelevant. It's more of making sure that at the end of the day, all 3 operations are not resulting in any encroachment on the sidewalk and not blocking pedestrian way, and it is not affect, so if there's co-sharing, that's up to you guys. I just want to make sure know who is going to be responsible for managing, maintaining, having an oversight on the site, and that it would not affect any of the issues that we discussed.
okay, sounds good. Thank you. I also forgot to say, sorry, because I was frazzled when we started, that congratulations to the chair and the vice chair. I was first and I didn't get a chance to say congratulations, and I look forward to working with you for a long time.
Thank you.
So sorry I didn't open like that. Totally just.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go to the.
Okay, the case we are Steve? Okay, the case that we are currently discussing is 245-32BZ, 12305 101st Avenue, Queens. This is an extension of term for a previously approved automotive repair station. And it's also an amendment to increase parking and change the hours of operation. Should you wish to discuss, you may dial in 646-558-8656. Or if you're outside the city, the toll-free number 888-475-4499. You will enter the webinar ID number 813-0441-4609 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, after that, you will press the pound sign. Once you're in, you can press *9 to raise your hand. If you're calling on the phone, *6 to unmute to be able to speak. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to speak, raise your Zoom hand, which is a small hand that is located on the bottom of your screen. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss your issues.
Okay, while we are waiting for public to call in, Ms. Polladair, how long do you think it will take you to make these corrections and revise?
I guess I'm gonna have to speak with Ben because it's mostly, there's a few items I have to talk with the tenant, but they're not huge changes. And I don't think Ben's are huge changes, but Ben, how much time do you think you need?
Okay, you can hear me, I assume, right?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. I would say within the month. I don't see any reason why we can't get it by, let's say, the 9th of February, if that's okay with the commissioner.
Okay. All right.
Sounds good to me. And I can get all the answers in that time.
Yeah. Okay, I think, I mean, the calendar right now seems manageable, so we'll try to see if in February we can accommodate, but I don't know what others in the are in the pipeline. I haven't fully checked it.
Mhm. Understood.
Okay. I've had no one call in, no one raise their hands. Why is this thing not allowed? Sorry.
All right. Okay.
So we'll move on to the next.
Yes, thank you very much, and Happy New Year to you both.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, and same to you.
Okay, at least you're sticking around, right?
I am sticking around, but
I
is
guess
Ben still here? Ben, can you give Joel a call to tell him we're on?
Joel, all right, I'll call him, yes.
Thank you. It's just hard to
I'm
do
gonna
two.
close out, right?
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Bye.
It's
I
his
see
partner
Joel
on there.
Braver is in the room. You want to let him in?
What?
Joel Braver, is that your architect? No?
Joel Mealy.
Oh, Joel Mealy, sorry. I just saw him as an attendee. Okay.
You know Joel Mealy.
Yes.
I emailed him, but I guess you could swear me in and start. I don't know what you want to do. I can hear Ben is.
Mr. Leonardo, can you mute yourself, please, now?
Thank you.
Do you want me to swear you in so we can begin, Madam Vice Chair, Madam
Yes.
Chair?
Yes, yes.
Sorry. So unprofessional today. God.
But you keep correcting it immediately, so that's good.
That's okay. The brain is like, okay. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond only to the board member questions?
I do. Thank you very much. Elise Voladair from Eric Palatnik, PC. So this is for Malcolm X. We appreciate all your comments. There was another architect on this case previously, so we heard all your comments about the plans and we really appreciate them. And Joel will be updating the plans accordingly. Specifically, I wanted him to speak and I hope he comes on to what he plans on doing with landscaping because he's got a good plan for that. And for signage, handicap parking, the handicap parking. Oh, and the handicap parking. I wanted him to speak on that too. We did remove the vacuum and that will be reflected in the new plan. And then as to the U-Haul, I got an email from the operator and I just have to open it. So sorry. So, I hope Ben gets in touch with Joel.
You're moving too fast, it seems. We need to slow
You're
down.
moving so fast. I'm sorry, I had too much on today and I called everyone, but they were all preparing stuff right afterwards. Okay, Malcolm. And Joel had the brilliant idea when I spoke to him last, and we've done this before, is having a sign. And so someone does have to drop off the keys or something in a U-Haul operation. And we've had before a sign that says, you know, you're not allowed to park in these spots. If you park in these spots, you will be towed by this this company. And there's like a sign before with other automotive, you know, if you park illegally, we will be towing you. We could do something to that effect.
So even though these would be U-Haul vehicles, by saying you're not allowed to park, so let's say if I go there and I see all 4 spaces occupied, I'm like, oh, well, you know what, there's a 5th one there, which is and I park there and I leave, then am I going to be charged for parking there for towing? Who picks up the tab for towing? What is the disincentive for me to leave my vehicle there? That's really what I'm trying to get at. If I don't have to pay, I don't care, you know, somebody's going to pick it up.
Yeah, and we usually write in those signs. Oh, sorry, the vice chair is raising
Vice Chair has his hand up.
Yeah.
So I think it'd just be helpful, as I understand it, in your statement, the statement in the submission stated that this is not a one-way drop-off location. Can you tell me during the drop-off of the vehicle, what happens? Do they just put the keys in a box, or is there something that they have to sign?
There's somebody on the site that can take the keys, I believe. And this is, I want to understand this better, but I'm going to read how reservations work from an email I got from the owner, and I hope that clarifies things. But so he sent screenshots. I guess I can show you, but he sent screenshots of the amount of equipment assigned. The arrangement with U-Haul is so they have an arrangement with U-Haul for only 4 pieces of equipment. Are attached are the screenshots anyone making a reservation will encounter. One is a reservation requesting to drop off equipment in our zip code. That one shows that Pure Energy will not show up as an option. The second one shows a request to pick up a one-way equipment in our zip code. That one shows that the equipment is not available. This clearly shows that the system is set correct and being followed. So it is pick up and drop off, but it says when it's available and not, it appears.
So somebody is then constantly updating the website as the pickup and drop off is happening. It's a real time.
It appears that way, yeah. And then he sent me screenshots, which I can show you, but it's hard to.
It seems my understanding is that they don't accept any one way, which would keep those 4 trucks and only those 4 trucks. They won't accept a one-way pickup to go drop off. It's only local, so they won't accept a one-way pickup to go drop off at a different location, or a one-way drop off. So we'll keep those 4 pieces of equipment, only those 4 pieces of equipment. If there is something in the operational plan that can state how they, with clarity, how the drop off is managed, that would satisfy me. If the drop off is only managed by someone accepting the vehicle, that would satisfy me, because that would mean that the applicant would not accept a vehicle that isn't one of the 4 pieces of equipment that they have.
Right. Yeah, and that leads to the next question is what happens to someone who comes after the operation is closed, because the operation is from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. And if I show up at 9 p.m., what prevents me from leaving the car in one of the non-U-Haul parking space and then and leave? I guess, do I have to drop off the key, or do I leave the key in the car and then just walk away?
There's always a person on site because this is a 24-hour gas station. So
that the person who is attending to the gas station is also responsible for monitoring the U-Haul?
No.
That shouldn't be the case. I mean, the only thing that responsibility should be that, hey, buddy, that's not a U-Haul parking space. You cannot park there. you have to take it out. That's the extent. It's not his responsibility. It should not be his responsibility to take the U-Haul keys from the guy after the 8 p.m. operation closes.
Commissioner Shetta's hand is up.
Yes, sorry, Commissioner Shetta, I have a problem with the screen, so I cannot see.
That's okay. That's okay. I was waiting for you to finish. That's okay. I believe we're complicating this. U-Haul operation is so simple. I have tons of experiences with U-Haul. Drop off shouldn't be allowed at this location, except for the 4 trucks that are operated by this location, period. If we allow for drop-offs for other trucks, it's going to be a mess. Nobody can control the time of the drop-off. The reason for that is, as a customer to U-Haul, when you rent a truck or a van, even you cannot control the time you're going to be back and drop this van off, because you don't know the circumstances of your trip. You don't know what is the traffic condition. So sometimes I go like rent a van or a truck and I use it for 2-3 hours and then I bring it back. And maybe, and I was initially under the impression that I'm gonna need it for a whole day. And maybe like in other occasion, I'm planning to use it for 2-3 hours and then I end up keeping this truck for 2 or 3 days. It cannot be controlled. And in most of, I never seen the guy at a U-Haul truck is like supervising the gas station and the U-Haul operation. They are totally different. So to get peace of mind on this side, I would prefer to keep the drop off limited to the 4 U-Haul trucks / vans operated by this facility.
And I don't want to waste the board's time, but I do really want the architect and owner to be on this call, and I've called them and they didn't expect it to go so quickly. Sorry. And so I'm still trying to get in touch with them. So is there a way we could halt this conversation, go to the next hearing and then come back to it? Because I really don't, I want us all to be on the same page, and it's,
Sure.
I'm really sorry. They watched the hearing, but then they expected a break or something, I guess, and I can't get back in touch with them.
Okay, sure.
Okay, I'm sorry, because I want them to hear what you're saying, Commissioner Shetta, and I want them to be able to.
Is everybody okay with it, commissioners? I know it kind of makes it difficult with our testimony and all of that, but let's put it. Let's put a closure on. Let's just start the hearing once your entire team is here.
Yeah, because I do think these comments need to be heard by everyone, so I really appreciate that.
Okay.
Okay, so you want to go to the next case, and then after, if Joe Mealy and them are here, we'll go back to Malcolm.
Yeah,
Or
because
just
they
keep
asked me for a
going.
20-minute warning, and I just couldn't do that, so sorry.
Chair, you want to call
Sure.
the next case?
Yes.
Okay, so for the record, 29999 BZ 816 Malcolm X Boulevard, Brooklyn. We're going to stop discussion on this and reopen it, rediscuss it after a couple of other cases have passed, waiting for the other parties to join. So the next case is item number 18, 61780 BZ 770 780 McDonald Avenue, Brooklyn. Is there anyone else you're expecting?
No, and I know all the answers to this one.
Very good. Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do. Thank you so much. Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC. This one, I actually got a chance to speak to the owner, and he visited the site and looked at your comments. Thank goodness. So the one is, I totally hear what you're saying about A102, the exit and access way. I think that not the previous, not the last set of approved plans, but the set before that we have a copy of clearly show arrows and how to access. You don't go around to the sidewalk. There is an access point directly from the building to the trash. So we will make sure that's clear on this set of plans, because I totally see what you're saying with that one. And then we can remove the graffiti. He said that's not a problem at all. And then I think we want a little bit of clarification on the barbed wire, but he said he saw a little bit of barbed wire and that it can easily be removed. But if someone either can show me or send a picture just to make sure we're removing the correct barbed wire, that would be.
I think it was on the fence gate of the to the trash enclosure. It was based on the photos that were provided.
Okay, because he said that's what it sounded like when I spoke to him on the phone. We didn't exchange pictures, but he said that could be removed. So it sounds like we know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And then it sounded like Commissioner Yoon clarified about the easement and the trash. We just need to clearly show how it gets from the building to the area. Is that correct? Oh, and then last, you asked about the statement of facts being updated, fencing on the city sidewalk being updated. Yes, that was recently approved, and I'm sorry if I missed that. I will update it on the statement of facts.
Right. And with regards to the easement, did you show it in the plan? Did I miss that?
I think it does say easement and the number, but I can double check that.
Yeah, I couldn't locate it, but just make sure in your submission that it's there.
Okay, is that I think 70. I'm trying to open it too to see if I can get.
Yeah.
But like you pointed out, when you want something open, it doesn't want to open.
You know what we're saying, so just
totally.
because there will be, you'll have to submit anyway, so you have to make a couple of changes, so just look into that.
Yes, no problem.
Okay,
but
and you're clear about like the shading on the lot 10 portion and the shading part, you still want that, Chair?
well, so I think the thing was, the refrigerator trash that is shown here, it is shown along the property line, but it's not tied to the adjacent building and to the street, right? That's really where my question was, like, the way it's shown on A100, you see the refrigerator trash, but you do not know where it's, the fact that it's going to be accessed from, not from McDonald's, but from the other street, is not clearly represented. So if you could show the entire zoning lot 1, zoning lot 1, just outline it and hatch out the rest of the zoning lot 1 that is not related to this, and just indicate where the gate is and where the trash enclosure is. That would just tie up, because right now it's just floating in the plan.
I understand. And I saw, like I said, I saw on the previously approved one arrows that showed the exit from the building to the trash. And I think that's what we're missing.
Yeah. So I'm looking at A100, and unfortunately I cannot locate the new plan. I'm just looking at the old plan dated 8/25. So if you have revised in the new one, my apologies. I'm not able to locate it right now.
I don't think there is a plan after that. I think we addressed other things, but it does say the easement and the reel and the page number on that one. I think if you're looking at the same plan as me.
Yeah.
It says existing easement, reel, page. I don't know, but we will clarify the path and the lot, and that I think will, like you just.
Yeah, please do. I don't want to take any more time of anyone, anybody else. But just look into those. I think these are very easy fixes.
I think this one is of the bunch we just did. These are the easiest fixes.
Yeah. Any other
And the revocable commitment, the revocable consent. We went over that, right?
Those just need to be wrapped up in the statement of fact. Just clarify.
Okay, fine.
Any other questions or comments from the commissioners? Okay, let's go to the public.
Let me get my phone ready. Okay, the case we are currently discussing is 61780BZ, 770-780 McDonald Avenue, Brooklyn. This is an extension of term by previously granted variance granted on a catering establishment. Should you wish to discuss, please dial 646-558-8656, or outside the city, a toll-free number is 888-475-4499. You will enter the webinar ID number 813-0441-4609 and then press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted, you can press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on the phone, you can press *6 to unmute. If you're in the Zoom room already and wish to speak on this application, please press the Zoom hand that is in the lower part of the screen. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes, to discuss the application. Okay, we have to give time for everybody to catch up with the YouTube.
Okay. Ms. Fullader, how long will it take for you to make these corrections?
I honestly think because that's so a week or two. I think the graffiti is the only thing that might take a minute, but I don't see it taking longer than a day. It's not like landscaping and
removing the barbed wire.
Oh, and the removing of the barbed wire. Yeah, but that could be all done at once. So a week or two is fine. And if you can close it, then whenever you can put us on and we'll get it done. And
you read my mind. Okay. Okay. Let's wait, give another minute or so for the public to call in.
No problem. Thank you so much.
Almost done. Okay. 2-minute timer is up.
Okay. All right. So I make a motion to close, and meanwhile you will fix the graffiti, remove the wire, revise the plans and the statement of facts.
Yes.
So for the motion to close, Chairperson Chanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shibata,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay, it's closed for decision.
Thank you.
No problem. And
Should,
oh, sorry.
okay, so I want to know, should we go back to your earlier case, or should we?
That's what I was going to answer. So you read my mind. He needs 10 more minutes. So I guess
We'll go to the next case. We'll go to
Okay,
the
let's
next.
keep going. Okay.
Thank you.
Continued hearing items, item number 19, 34660 BZ, 211 Tapscott Street, Brooklyn.
I think this is Mr.
Catrona.
Petrona, yes.
Where is everybody today?
We need to slow down.
Janine, can you call Glenn? Let's see, Glenn Catrona.
Okay, if in another few minutes it doesn't happen, then let's go to the new case. Well, I think we're going to have issue with all of them because everybody's waiting for the other to get done.
He's in his attendee.
Oh, okay.
Glenn, can you join us as a panelist? I see his name as the attendee. There he is. Thank you. Hi. Are you the only person attending for this?
Yes,
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board to respond to honestly the board member questions?
yes, I do.
Okay, proceed. State your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners, VSA staff. I will also recognize the new appointments and I wish best to everyone. My name is Glenn Catrona and I'm representing Atlantis Management here on this specific project. I attended the executive session, review session, and I heard all the comments and I'd like to respond accordingly. Regarding the sign, it is 8 inches by 2 feet and will be revised quite easily. The next comment, Madam Chair, that was brought up in commissions is the ADA striping. Okay, so if I can ask everyone to look at BSA 4.1. We show the 3 parking spaces. We also show the planting at the property line. I'm going to need to make an adjustment there to get an ADA compliant parking space in that area, which I believe will put me in a position either the planting and or potentially losing a spot. I was looking at my maneuverability plan. It's possible that I can slide the trash enclosures over slightly, maybe introduce a parking space there. But I will look into that. I just wanted to bring this up as a matter of conversation so that I can revise the plan accordingly and get back here to review this. But I guess the issue is that I would need to lose a parking space or potentially look at some other method in shielding the parking there, potentially an opaque fence, and maybe introduce the parking up against the wall where the cars would pull into. Of course, there's enough room there if that would be something that would be considered. Otherwise, I'll look into providing a handicapped accessible parking space just alongside of the trash enclosures, move them slightly forward towards Tapscott. You know, and to go back to one of the other comments, which is relocating the air pump, I see no issue doing that. The scope of this here project is a total renovation. So I would imagine that during the construction, the air pump is going to be removed, stored, easily relocated. So we will provide the relocation on that as well. I wonder any comments on the
Mr. Catrona, I think if you were to provide the handicap parking space where the existing, where you're proposing the trash enclosure, and then the trash enclosure then would move a little further, and the air pump, I think combination of all of that along that portion of the wall, I think, which is the southern portion of the site, I think complicates it. So you.
okay.
So, but
I
I understand you do need to look at it, and I don't think we want to kind of design it for you here, and you have a better understanding of the operation in terms of where what would work. But I think our comments are more like the reason for the relocating the air pump is that it's right where the entrance is. So a vehicle parked there will affect the maneuverability. So whatever you do, just keep those factors in mind in terms of where you locate the ADA parking and the trash enclosure and the air pump.
I appreciate that, Madam Chair. The only thing that I would ask as a follow-up is is it possible if I utilize something which won't take up the amount of space on that property line fronting Dumont, instead of putting the planting there, I'd like to have some green on the side, is introduce it, you know, up against the wall of the adjacent building where the cars would pull into. Again, having enough space with a car stop to be able to, you know, have them thrive over there, and create something where I can easily then, because the dimension of that planting strip is the dimension that I need to, you know, to be able to have the striping.
Just so I understand, you would need you're proposing to turn the planting space then along the western wall. Is that what you're recommending?
Looking that that would actually be the eastern wall.
Oh, sorry. I got my orientation.
The eastern wall, that portion fronting in front of the 3 parking.
Right.
spaces.
Yeah, that's even better. That's fine. If you provide the planting along the eastern wall and you have enough of a depth for the vehicles to be parked and providing a 4-foot wide planting strip, and that way that 4-foot space of the in-ground planting can be used towards your ADA accessibility closer to the building. That would be the most ideal solution, I think. Commissioner Yoon, do you have any?
No, I agree. I think it would be, it's more of a buffer for the adjacent residential than it is for parking, buffering the parking from the sidewalk. So I agree. I think that would be, hopefully that gives you enough room to provide the ADA space without losing
Sure.
another parking spot. And while we're on that subject, I forgot to mention this in this hearing, but I think I mentioned in the last hearing, when I did go to the site, there was a car parked on the sidewalk directly adjacent to where you're showing the planting strip. And so adding a note that there should be no parking permitted on the sidewalks, or adding some signage so that that can be prevented in the future.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. I think those are great solutions, even though we were not going to design on
I know it's on me. I fully understand. Hopefully I could successfully complete that. Okay, there was the next comment which you brought up, which was also echoed by Commissioner Shetta. I want to be upfront. I'm very, very clear because we have produced lumen spread diagrams previously. This is a completely new environment. And, you know, once we get through BSA, we'll be going into construction documents. So we had not designed a lighting plan at this point. But, you know, I know there's a lot of emphasis that says, you know, when you prepare your comment letter, you know, to be robust there. And, you know, in the comment letter under lighting, I said the subject premises is proposed to be renovated in its entirety. All site lighting to be shielded from adjacent neighbors and property lines along street frontages. We showed that canopy plan because it was just simply part of the progress of where we're at. It does show the lighting and the foot candles. I realize that it's not a lumen spread diagram, but I don't have an existing condition right now. If it is required, no objection whatsoever. We'll go into that mode and I will work with one of our consultants and get a lighting plan in place. But, you know, we practice this here normally at this particular point when we design new properties, always with the effort to maintain the lighting and no spillage onto and off of the property line. So we're aware of it. I don't know if the fact that this here is not an existing condition where we were able to go to the site and prepare a lumen spread diagram based on existing conditions. But, you know, look, we're flexible. We always want to provide what satisfies the board, you know, to an extent. But I wanted to make that statement that this is a totally new renovation. I see Commissioner
Shetta has hand is up. Sorry.
Please, sir.
Yeah,
Yes.
I believe, Mr. Katrina, I want to save your time. I believe you misunderstood my comments, and I believe the chair's comment as well regarding the lumen spread. We're not asking for measurements. We're not asking for something that's dependent on existing conditions. We're asking for a preliminary lumen split diagram that's based on, we understand, preliminary lighting locations and specifications, and based on a computer model. We're not asking for measurements.
Fair enough, Commissioner.
Thank you.
I will provide that there without question.
And Mr. Catrona, I think since this would be the first, I want to, we have internally been discussing as to what should be the minimum threshold of lumen along the residential property line. And given the various reviews that we have done and standards, I think it is reasonable to say that a 0-foot candle along any property line is almost not achievable and may not even be practical given the safety concerns and other things. So I think going forward, we want to explore the possibility of providing at least no more than 2-foot candle. No more than 2-foot candle along residential property line. This provides just enough of lighting for safety and security purposes without it being an undue kind of an not over too much light that will affect or disrupt the abutting residential uses.
Okay, well taken, understood. I think the other comment was adding the signage note. Madam Chair, you had noted that the proposed signage on our drawings shows that we're below. This here group here, they do things, I think, in a class way, and not heavy on overlighting or signage in particular. But in any respect, I will add that signage note clearly to the signage sheet that we have in the set. And I think that was the substantive comments that I received. I mean, I could do this here in very short order and would love if there is an ability to see you folks in short order. Please, schedule us in that respect. We'll take care of this right away.
And just another note, I also wanted the dimension of the proposed canopy to be included. It shows the width, it doesn't show the depth. So if you could just add that also. I think it's 68 by 20.
I see that.
Yeah,
see that.
If you could just put the total dimension. Yeah, I agree with you. I think what you, while I recognize that you have a new operator who will be managing it, but this is for the board, any future board, they would clearly know that should there be any change in management or operator, at least these were the conditions that the prior boards were considering. I do not question your operator's intent. It is just providing clarity for everybody in the future.
Thank you, and understood.
No. So let's go. Any other questions or comments for Mr. Catrona? Okay, let's go to the public.
Okay, the case that we're currently discussing, I want to go to that screen, Steve, thank you, is 34660BZ 211 Tapscott Street, Brooklyn. This is an amendment of a previously approved variance for an automotive service station. And an amendment which will convert some of the auto service stations to accessory C-store and incidental alterations. Should you wish to discuss, please dial 646-558-8656 or outside the city, 888-475-4499, which is a toll-free number. Enter webinar ID number 813-0441-4609 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign. Once you are in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you're calling on the phone, so you'll be able to speak. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise that little Zoom hand that is at the bottom of your screen. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes to discuss your issues.
Mr. Catrona, how long will it take for you to make these changes?
We can get this done very briskly, definitely within this week.
Okay. Um, all right. We will,
I'll let you know once it rings.
yeah, I'm just,
Excuse me. I don't see anybody with their hands up yet.
all right. Okay. I think these changes are pretty minor, and otherwise the commissioners were satisfied with the responses. So I make a recommendation to close, and with all the corrections that would be made upon receiving those, we will schedule. We will then review those, and the vote would be taken based on that. We will try to have it scheduled in February, but I don't have the calendar in front of in front of me.
Do we want to close this now or not?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, do? Okay. For a motion to close, Chairperson Chanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Yoon. Aye.
What did I say? Say Commissioner Yoon, right?
All right. It's 1 o'clock right now. It's actually nearly 1:20, nearly 1:30. So we need to go on a lunch break. Otherwise, I'm
Okay.
going to lose my people.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise,
I think Elise was ready, but okay.
I am, but if you let me know the time, I'll let everyone know.
yeah, I think, yeah, it's 1:25. So we should be back by around 1:50,
152.
1:55,
Your call. Madam
1:55,
Chair.
1:55.
155?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to take a break and we'll resume the public hearing at 1:55.
Okay, I'll let them know. Thank you so much.
This will
Thank you,
give you more
Elise.
time to gather your team and prepare.
Nice.
Thank you.
Okay.
all the commissioners. I thought all the electronic equipments will be on the same timeline, and I'm realizing my computer is on a much different timeline than.
Yeah, I was gonna mention to you that you're a little off on the time.
Okay, so Madam,
I have 156 on the computer, so.
yeah,
I'm
I
on 1
just
o'clock.
noticed that one of my other system is showing 1:56, the other one is showing 2 o'clock, and also it's a little bit all over. I'll need to coordinate that at my end. So my apologies on that if I rushed you all. Next time I'll be more careful.
I'm sorry, we'll let it go this.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're gonna, okay. So we're going to go back to, where am I? 299, right? Malcolm X?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you call the case again?
Yeah, everyone knows, so they should be here, but I can text them.
Yeah, everybody knows, but you know, yeah, the other, Joe
I
Mealy.
told them 1:55. I'm gonna tell them again.
Joel's in the room. What's the other gentleman's name you said?
The other gentleman is calling in instead. He is the operator of the U-Haul. His name is Anthony Joseph, and he's calling for last 3 digits, 3716, and he just confirmed that he's calling in now.
716. Okay, Joel, I see Joel in the room. Okay. Okay, do you want to unmute Joel? Mr. Mealy, sorry.
Muted or unmuted?
Okay, and then the operator is calling in. Okay, he's coming in. That's 718, whatever, 718, the last 3 digits, 716.
Yep.
That's him. Steve, can you let him in? Okay, can you unmute?
Yes, I'm unmuted.
Okay, I'm gonna swear you both, everyone back in.
Thank you.
So raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Okay, so the case
do.
thank you. The case we're going back on the record on is 29999 BZ 8-16 Malcolm X Boulevard, Brooklyn. Ms. Fullader, do you want to proceed again?
All right, Elise Fullader from Eric Planick PC. I'm with Joel, who is the new architect on this, and Mr. Joseph, who is the U-Haul operator, and I want them to each speak to their parts. I think it'll be much clearer if we do it like this. Thank you so much for second calling us. So Joel, would you like to tell them how you are going to update your plan?
So, yeah, I listened to the comments that were voiced this morning, and interestingly enough, my intentions were pretty much in line with the thoughts that I heard. I'm going to revise the plans to remove the planted landscaping along the buildings on the side lot lines, because first of all, the planting is intended to be a screen, and we're not screening anything. There's a wall there that's solid. So there was no really point to the screening in the first place. Yeah.
Mr. Mealy, there was a point to it. We're finding that it might be too onerous. I wouldn't at this point, when you have a win, take it.
Okay, okay, I get it. I understand. I don't have a problem with that. So yeah, as you've said, the planting would reduce maneuverability, would be a problem to maintain. I was afraid of cars, basically taking out the planting. So I heard what you said, and I'm in full agreement. I do also agree that we do need screening across the whole rear yard, and that wasn't being provided according to the plan that I reviewed. It looked like it was only being done along the north side, and I want to basically screen the entire rear yard from the adjoining neighbors.
Even better.
Okay, now I don't know whether I will plant or not, or I will want to use slats in a fence. The fence is in poor condition. Based upon the plan, it looks like we don't own some of the fence, so we may have to replace the fence with a new fence. I don't really know right now what I'm gonna do, but that was my intention.
Okay.
I heard some talk about U-Haul signage. I'm not going to address how the controlling of the U-Haul parking situation is going to be resolved. I'm going to maintain that there are going to be 4 spots. The signage, as I understand it, will not change. It consists of a U-Haul sign on top of the sign at the intersection of the streets. You'll see a small U-Haul sign above the gas company sign. And there's not going to be any change that I'm aware of, and I assume that signage is as minimal as what you want.
Okay, as long as it's not the primary one and it's just a minor one.
Yes, it's much smaller. It's actually the size of, there's an ATM sign alongside the gas sign, and it's about the same size.
The only signage related to U-Haul that I was referring to was where only the U-Haul vehicles are going to be parked. There should be a sign saying parking for only U-Haul vehicles. And the other section where there will be non-U-Haul vehicles, it should be saying customer parking or something, but so that, or make some distinction that makes it very clear that no one, including the operators of the site, the visitors or anyone knows that there are only 4 spaces where U-Haul vehicles can be parked. Anywhere else, no.
Okay.
And you can, so.
I understand that. And I don't remember, there was a small comment about the ADA parking space, I think, but I'll clear that up. I'm not sure what exactly the issue may be. It may not be really accessible, but I'll check to make sure that it's accessible.
Right. It seems right now we do not know which one is the ADA parking space. So once you do identify an ADA parking space, which I'm assuming in this case will have to be the parking space number 4, and then you have to provide an ADA access route from there to the store. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. I can take care of that. Oh, and one other thing I wanted to mention, I'm going to relocate the refuse container storage area from the side yard to the rear yard. That's not a good location for it. It blocks access to the rear yard from vehicles, which apparently enter in and out. They have garage doors on the back, so you can actually drive through the garage bay. So I'm going to move it to the backyard, probably against one of the fences. I don't know exactly where, but I'm not going to leave them where they are now.
Okay, so this is interesting. We didn't realize that there is a good part of maneuverability that is happening to the rear of the lot for vehicles to enter into the garage. If that is the case, you do need to make sure that there is enough of buffering, planted buffering that is provided along the rear lot line with fence, so that it in no way is going to affect the properties along the rear lot line.
Okay.
And then I would say a note should be added that there should be no outdoor work, repair work of any sort that will happen along the rear lot line or along the side lot line. Basically, no outdoor repair work on the site. All repair work shall be contained within the building, and no storage of mechanical equipments or vehicles in the rear.
Yeah, essentially my goal was that was only going to be for maneuvering.
Yes, so now that it has been made clear, we also want to make sure that there shall be no any other usage on that side. So that note should be added to the plan.
Okay.
Okay, and then last is unless we already removed the vacuum, so he'll reflect that on the plan. I don't know. And then the bigger issue, I guess, is discussing the U-Haul, and I think that's best come from Mr. Joseph, who is the U-Haul operator. So he heard your comments as well. And Mr. Joseph, would you like to discuss what we discussed on the phone? You explained to me.
First, state your name for the record.
Anthony Joseph.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon, commissioners. So with regards to, I know the main concern is the amount of U-Haul on the property. So I think it was Commissioner Yoon, you mentioned about vehicles being dropped off. Now, U-Haul has a very effective system whereby folks who trying to make a reservation to drop off an equipment or pick up an equipment at that location are unable to do so. I think I provided some screenshots from the U-Haul reservation system, which clearly shows that our location is not accessible for drop-offs. And when you are requesting to even pick up a one-way equipment there, it will also show not available. In most cases, in all
They don't
cases,
have that yet,
actually-
by the way. Sorry, because you sent that
Oh,
to
I'm
me like only an hour ago or two.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yes. So with regards to the U-Haul system restricting that drop off, there is a system in place and can be followed very effectively. And the other part is regarding people dropping off unexpectedly. We do get that on a weekly basis, and we do let them know they cannot do that. Once they try to drop it off there, the person working the station after hours refuses to accept it. So that happens as of now.
So just so I understand, so if I were to make a reservation at your location, I can do that to pick up, but I cannot drop it off there?
No, if you want a one-way equipment, you cannot pick up or drop off at my location.
Okay.
So the system will show when you do get those images, it will show you that in both cases, requesting to pick up our location will show us unavailable, and then for the drop off, when you enter the zip code, every other location around us will allow drop-offs will show up except our location.
Okay, one question. When there is a drop-off from one of your four vehicles, what is the process of you accepting the vehicle?
Well, after the customer comes back onto the property, the first step, of course, is for them to refuel the vehicle, which they usually do right at our station. Then they pull it into the parking spot. At that time, they will either log onto their cell phones and do the closeout themselves via the U-Haul app, or they will just drop the keys to the person at the counter, and it will be closed out at a later time if the person is not available right away to close it out.
But in each case, they would have to bring the keys personally to the person inside, and that person would have to accept it.
Yes.
How about if the drop-off is after hours?
After hours is the same thing because there's someone there 24 hours. The customer must do that in order to now relinquish responsibility for the vehicle.
So
dropping the key.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, dropping off the keys to the agent now relinquishes the customer of all responsibility for the vehicle. Until then, the vehicle is still considered their responsibility.
So you have 24-hour service at this location for U-Haul?
No, we do not have 24-hour service. Rentals are done at 8 p.m. However, if a customer comes back after 8 p.m. for those 4 local vehicles that we keep, customers might move, and the move might take longer than 8 p.m. After 8 p.m., they can drop it off, but they park it in the spot and just drop off the keys.
In a drop box, right?
Well, there's no need for a drop box. Drop box are only needed when there's no one on site.
That means you have an attendant 24 hours on site?
Yes, the gas station operates 24 hours a day. So,
Okay, so
the gas station guy will take the keys and accept the drop off.
Yes.
And
for
that would sorry, go ahead.
Only for one of our 4 pieces of equipment that's registered to us. Anything else, he will deny accept.
Okay. So and that itself would constitute a closure of the of that person relinquishing its responsibility to U-Haul at that point.
Yes, after 8 p.m., every U-Haul is closed.
Okay.
So this is actually consistent with what I said during the hearing, from the notion that the drop off is just limited to the 4 vehicles that being operated by the owner of this U-Haul facility. They do not accept any drop offs from any other location. Do you confirm that?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Okay. And you said on a weekly basis, there are other U-Haul vehicles that do come and try to park or try to drop off. And everybody, not just the U-Haul operator, but also the gas station operator, everybody knows that that is not permitted. How does the gas operator, station operator know that it is not one of the assigned vehicles?
Well, every vehicle is assigned a code, and we know these vehicles stay there all the time, so we know the codes. Trucks are known as TMs, vans are known as BEs, so there's only 4 to memorize. And every vehicle has an R next to it, which is for restricted. So restricted vehicles, the 4 restricted vehicles are the ones that are assigned to us. So we know we know our equipment. Okay.
All right. So you never have illegal, I would say, somebody just dropping it off and walking away? And how often does that happen? Someone just leaves the U-Haul car on your parking lot that is not assigned to you?
Yes, I mean, we do have people attempting to do that because what happens, as I explained earlier, even though in the U-Haul system, the person cannot drop it off, they couldn't pick our location for a drop off. Sometimes they go on Google and then they will just see us and then try to drop it off. But when that happens, we definitely, we do deny them access to do that.
So you do it immediately?
Yes, if they attempt to do it, we remind them of the penalties. The U-Haul has very, very strict financial penalties for dropping off in incorrect locations. And 9.9 times they do, just for the fact that they don't want the penalties, they will take the equipment to the assigned location.
Okay, that is good to know. Okay.
And you also stated in your application that you're committed to taking certain steps if someone still decides to leave that van there, knowing the financial ramifications.
Well, if that does happen, we communicate with U-Haul, and that equipment is picked up very, very quickly. We have a tow company that works with U-Haul located on Kingston and Atlantic Avenue, and in New Horizon. They are pretty close by, and I have his cell phone number, and I can call him to come and get the tow immediately.
Okay, so on the off chance that were to happen, that 0.1% chance, then you guys could address it immediately.
Yes, Norman at N&B New Horizon is pretty responsive. Plus, it's business for him, so he loves that.
And it's a 24-hour call.
Yeah, he operates. He tows. He works exclusively with U-Haul. He doesn't do private tow.
Okay.
So whenever there's a U-Haul to be picked up, he is the first one to call for that area.
Okay. Commissioner Sheta, you.
Yeah. Sorry. Is this kind of a vehicle circulation between different locations of U-Haul? If just in case somebody has to drop a vehicle at your location, let's say if dropping off at your location is allowed, is this the Horizon is the entity that's responsible for taking this vehicle and send it back to the original spot owner or the owner of that vehicle, send it back to him?
Sorry, I'm not fully understanding that.
Is Horizon the company that's
N&B New Horizon? Sorry. Yes, when they get it, they bring it to 4th Avenue. That's the U-Haul shop, 4th Avenue and 6th Street. But at that point, at that point, them and U-Haul equipment recovery department will make that decision then. So you see, it's not our job to figure out where the U-Haul is going. It's only our job to get it to the tow company, and then they work with the U-Haul equipment recovery team to bring it to where it is.
Okay.
Okay. I think this was very helpful. And I would suggest that everything that Mr. Joseph stated very clearly is outlined under the U-Haul operation and the commitment of the U-Haul operator to follow the whatever the U-Haul conditions are. And if you want to attach the U-Haul terms and conditions that Mr. Joseph, you are held to, provide that as a sample, like this is what your obligation is as an operator to provide U-Haul services. Provide that, and if it's a signed document that you have on record, share that so that we know that that's the agreement that you have with U-Haul, and clearly then in the operational plan lay out what all requirements you are obligated to follow, how do you follow it, and these are the additional measures you take on this at the site during non-business hours and follow through of towing and other things. So please, Ms. Polladair, work with Mr. Joseph and get all of those documentations very clearly outlined. I think this is, I found this very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair?
Commissioner Shetta, yes.
Yeah, if the terms from U-Haul is gonna indicate that there is an allowable drop-off for any vehicle other than the 4 that's owned by this specific location, I wouldn't take him even. And bottom line for me at least is to put a condition that drop-offs are not allowed for any other vehicle other than the 4s, the 4 ones that are owned by this specific location.
Yes, I think those are additional conditions we will put in addition to whatever, as an operator, you are doing your best, but we will put in those conditions. Should there be any change in any of the terms and conditions between U-Haul, sorry, it doesn't work because we have put in these additional conditions in place.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Any questions or comments from the commissioners for Mr. Joseph, Mr. Mealy? Okay. Okay, let's go to the public then. Ms. Matthias, you are on mute.
Okay. The case we are currently discussing is 29999 BZ 8-16 Malcolm X Boulevard, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656. Enter the webinar ID number 813-8420-5746. Well, wait a minute. Steve, you have the wrong screen on. Hold on.
January 9th. Yes, that's the one.
January 9th, public hearing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 2, the next one. Thank you. Just noticed that. Okay. So should you wish to discuss this case, dial 646-558-8656, or outside the city, our toll-free number is 888-475-4499. You will enter the webinar ID number 813-0441-4609 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you are in, you'll press star 9 to raise your hand, star 6 to unmute if you're calling in, and if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your screen, computer screen. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes to discuss.
All right. Ms. Polladair, how long will it take for you to make these changes?
So the one item, and Joel can speak to it if he needs, is this was a different architect. So is it possible, because we think all the changes would be shown on the site plan page. We don't think anything else needs to change anyway. Can we just update the site plan page?
Well, what about the signature? I mean, the signatures on the other pages are by another architect. We need one consistent signature, right?
That's what I'm asking.
No, he's a superseding architect. The superseding
Yeah,
architect
Right.
must
Yeah.
control.
I would generally agree with you, yes.
Okay. So, because that will control how long we need, because, you know, if he has to draw 8 pages versus 1 page.
Yeah, unfortunately. It's
So,
not liability, it's a liability issue for Mr. Mealy.
okay, no problem. Just had to ask.
So I'm not gonna be able to return that. I'm gonna need probably 30 days then to get new plans to the board.
Also, again, I just want to make sure that you add all the notes that we have asked for regarding signage, regarding lighting, even though lighting is not an issue, do put, that there won't be any spread of lighting along onto the residential portion, especially along the rear. That's really where the concern would be. Then indicate the depth of the width and depth of the planting bed along the rear and the side lot lines that is beyond the building. I just want to go over all the things that you have to. The maneuverability plan, do indicate the
Maneuverability.
Thank you. Because this is a very tight space. And so please indicate that and make sure that there isn't any conflict.
Okay.
With, and the notes that no work will happen, no vehicular repair work will happen outside the building and along the rear portion of the lot and the side portion, no storage of machineries or vehicles along that portion.
Okay.
Commissioner, so Mr. Mealy indicated he may have to replace part of the fence or the fencing. So is there some notation on that or type and use of the fence?
The fence should be minimum 6 foot high, and it should be.
He said he was going to put slats in or something.
Right.
He's gonna just figure out what it needs first, because he said we might not own the whole thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know what the current height is, and I cannot read the plans very clearly to know see as to what the current the previously approved plan required. So it should be consistent with the previously approved plan, and opaque would always be better, and then a good healthy amount of buffering would make it even better.
Okay.
And then my last question, because I just have to ask and whatever you say goes, but do we have enough to close, or is there too much open still not to close?
Unfortunately, too much open because the plans are going to be changed. We have to review everything. So unfortunately, we would have to, just for that reason.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay.
But I think you're getting there. Just take your time, review everything, make sure every questions that we have asked over the time has been responded to, so that we can but we do
And I'm
need
glad you second called this. I think it's a lot clearer with all the various people. So thank you, Anthony, so much for your participation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Nobody called in, so
nope.
Okay. Thank you. So how long will it? You said 30 days, so at least you are not before March.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're looking more like a March hearing, right?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay. All righty. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, new cases. Item number 20, 615-57BZ, 15411 Horace Harding Expressway, Queens.
Okay. This will be Mr. Rothkrug.
This is Hiram Rothkrug, or is Adam in there? I don't see Hiram. Wow, Why is nobody ready? I just texted him. Oh, no, I just texted him. It's a landline. Shoot. Okay. Call, let me. Okay. All right, he's having a little trouble getting in.
So let's go to the next case.
No, I think he's dialing in. Hold on. No, I don't see him dialing in. Oh, God. Do you want to move to the next one?
Yeah.
All right. Sorry, Mr. Rod Krug, we're going to move to the next one and you'll dial in and sit there for a couple of minutes. Sorry. We're going to move over to item number 21, 2017-131 BZ, 7779 Jerry Street, Brooklyn. This is the office of Sheldon LaBelle. Who's that? Alexia. Okay. The only one, Alexia? Hi, good
I believe
afternoon.
so. I might be joined by the architect Joel Braver.
Yeah, Mr. Braver, I see you're in the room. Could you join as panelist, please?
So first off, I'd like to just congratulate Madam Chair and Vice Chair. We look forward to working with you. And I think, do we have to be sworn in, Tony?
Yes, just I'm waiting for Mr. Braver to come in. Mr. Braver, can you unmute, please?
Do you need Mr.? Oh, okay. He's
There
here.
Okay. Okay, raise your right hands. Do you affirm to raise your right hands? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Mr. Braver?
I
do.
Okay. Go ahead, proceed, Ms. Landsman.
My name is Alexia Landisman. I am from Sheldon LaBelle PC on behalf of the applicant. We have attended the public review, the executive session, and we noticed that there were no comments from the board other than the brick versus stucco. I just wanted to make the record clear. The front of the building will be brick, and our amendment was to make the side lots stucco, which you had confirmed at the end of the executive session. And if that's all, we're hoping that we can get put on the decision calendar today.
All right. Any questions, comments?
No, thank you for the clarification.
Okay, let's go to the public.
Okay. The case we are currently discussing is 2017-131 BZ 7779 Jerry Street. This is an amendment or previously approved variance for mixed residential and community facility use. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656, or outside the city, our toll-free number is 888-475-4499. You will enter webinar ID number 813-0441-4609 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you are in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you are on the phone to be able to speak, and if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to speak on this matter, please raise your Zoom hand, which is a small hand at the bottom of your screen. Once you're permitted in, you will have 3 minutes to discuss.
We just have to wait for public to call in if anybody wants to speak for or against.
Okay.
We may request to put it as like the soonest possible date for the decision, that would be greatly, greatly appreciated by it.
Yes.
Noted. I think January calendar is pretty full. February is definitely possible.
Okay. February it is.
But we will confirm again if there is any change, if we do get adjournments and things like that, if that happens. All right.
Okay.
All right. So I make a motion to close.
Sorry, give me 1 second. Chairperson Chanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay, this is closed for decision. Okay,
Buddy, have a great day.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go, Mr. Rothkrug is in the room. Mr. Rothkrug, you join us on the phone, please? Or as a panelist, please? Is he there? Yeah.
Is he there?
Yeah, he called in. Hiram, Mr. Rothkrug, where are you? Ugh, me. Here he is, coming.
All set?
Yeah, can you on picture or video?
There we go. Hold on. Well, here it's.
If
I'm
Mr.
here anyway.
Rothkrug-
I'm
Okay,
here.
Mr.
Everybody hear
Rothkrug,
me?
if Mr. Rothkrug, oh, there you go, good. I was just
Thank
gonna
you.
say, if we can't see you, is the board fine with
That's
with
good.
that? Okay, raise your right
Uh,
hand. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, board. Happy and healthy new year. Congratulations on your to your new appointments. We attended executive session, as the board knows, and as the chair stated that she has opportunity to pass the site every now and then. It's a very well-kept and very nice site. It received 100% community board approval. It received an approval from the next door neighbor as well. Most of the comments that the board listed were maintenance comments, notes to be added on the plans, other than the new planting that the board would like to see on the frontage by the trash dumpster. I think it's the Casino Boulevard and 154th Street frontage of the lot, to put in some planting there. And also to just go out and inspect the wall, the retaining wall along 154th Street that Commissioner Sheta discussed. Otherwise, everything else is just adding notes to the plans. So.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we recommended that new planting be added along that portion of that grass area along Forest Harding Expressway.
Correct.
Right,
Correct.
okay.
Yes, I have that. Thank you.
And also reconciling the building size.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I have that. I could go over all the notes, but the building size, the parking spaces, put the traffic flow diagram as part of the plan set. There was a mistake on the first sentence of the statement of facts about when the variance expires. Put in a note that all lighting be shielded and pointed down and away from adjacent residences, and also to revise the compliance chart.
And also notes regarding signage.
Correct.
And you need to provide the compliance chart, right? I think we only have it for a year. You'll give us the
Right, he's
rest,
gonna revise it. Yeah.
right? Okay.
So, I mean, we'd appreciate, based on this, since it's notes, if we could, if the board would consider closing the hearing.
Okay, so just with regards to the planting, I want to make sure, this is going to be in-ground planting, make sure it's a 4-foot wide strip of in-ground planting, and provide what kind of planting that is being proposed. Shrubs, I'm assuming, I don't know if you're proposing tall trees, but if it's shrubs, just indicate the kind of shrubbery that you're proposing.
Absolutely.
Any questions or comments from the commissioners?
Yes, please. Regarding the wall, I'm not looking for like a detailed submission. If you're gonna submit at all on this point, you don't need to like go in very detail. Just a statement from an engineer saying that the wall is looked at and it is fine, or it's gonna be ensured to be fine.
Very good. Very good.
Okay. Let's go to the public.
Okay, the case that we are currently discussing is 615-57BZ, 154-11 Harding Expressway, Queens. This is a request for an extension of term for a previously approved variance to permit the operation of an auto service station. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656, or outside the city, the toll-free number is 888-475-4499. You will enter the webinar ID number 813-0441-4609 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you are permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you are on the phone and able to speak. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to discuss, please raise your Zoom hand, which is a small hand at the bottom of your screen. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes to discuss your issues.
Mr. Rothbrook, how long will it take for you to make, there's this noise I'm hearing.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, it's like a cricket.
We just need a couple of weeks, Chair.
Even getting the retaining wall looked at by an engineer?
Well, we're gonna go out there. We're gonna go out there this week and check it out. So.
Okay. All right. I'm going to recommend we close it, and we can schedule it for decisions sometime in February.
Okay.
All right. Okay, I make a motion to close then.
Chairperson Chanda?
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta?
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Next item, appeals calendar, continued hearing. Item number 22, 2020 58A and 59A, 1012 Jasmine Way, Staten Island. Ms. Fullader, you're on. You don't have to be sworn in. This is an appeals case.
Thank you. I always forget that, Tony. Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC. We heard your comments, and I just want to say thank you so much to the board staff and the board themselves for your review and your help with this application.
Okay, you're welcome. Any questions for Ms. Fullader? The only question that Commissioner Yoon pointed out is that the sidewalk will need to be repaired. I'm assuming as part of GCL, you'll have to submit some builder's pavement plan and other things so that would be.
So This is owned, as you know, by 1530, the building in front, and they were just trying to get all of it done together. It's more cost effective and it's easier to do. So that will be corrected when the whole site's going to be redone all at once now, because we have well, hopefully now.
Okay, and this driveway will also be built along with that driveway?
Yeah, so I'm saying it's all connected. So we were waiting for this part to finish that part. So the sidewalk will be fixed when everything is constructed.
Okay. And is there a builder's pavement plan that is being required for the community facility?
I think it's all part of one builder's pavement plan, I believe.
Okay, just to be on the safe side, I'm just going to put it that a builder's pavement plan be required to improve the sidewalk as part of the entire development.
That makes sense.
In case we missed out on the previous one. Okay.
Sounds right.
All right. Let's go to the public.
Okay, the case we are currently discussing is 2020-58A and 59A, 10 and 12 Jasmine Way, Staten Island. This is the proposed construction of 2 single-family homes on properties not fronting a map street contrary to General City Law, Section 36. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656, or outside the city, our toll-free number is 888-475-4499. You will enter the webinar ID number 813-0441-4609 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute in order to speak on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to discuss, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the small hand on the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes to discuss your issues.
Okay. No submission is required.
No submission, right?
Yep.
Make a note of that.
Okay. All right. I make a motion to close.
Motion to close, Chairperson Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Thank you. Next
Thank you.
item, I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just saying.
Thank you, Ms. Holliday. Next item is item number 23-233-15BZ, 4540 Vernon Boulevard, Queens. This is Jeff Mulligan, and I don't know who else.
Jessica Kerr.
Jessica Corus is in this one. Let's see.
Jack Freeman, Deborah Shapiro.
I don't see the, oh, wait.
I mean, all of them may not be needed.
There we go.
I only see Jeff.
I did not log in. You need me to or no? No.
Choose the right.
You're in a group,
Great
Jeff?
account, great account.
Integrated?
That's your camera, right?
It's yes. Hi. We're just trying to get my camera working.
You're integrated, well.
There we go.
Right there it is.
No, it's not.
Nope, don't see you. No, yeah, I see you, Jeff. Mr.
Okay.
Mulligan, sorry.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon. Okay.
yeah.
So, are you, several of you going to speak or you just?
No, the
Mr.
plan at
Mulligan?
this point is just for me to speak.
Okay, so let me swear you in. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Okay, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair Chanda and Commissioners. We attended your review session, and we heard the board's comments. It's our understanding that the board is satisfied with the submission and that there are no further comments.
Yes, thank you for making these changes and being responsive. We really appreciate what your team did. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for the board's careful review.
Any questions or comments for Mr. Mulligan or any of his team members? I don't. Okay. All right, let's then go to the public.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I just had to fix my calendar. It said 16 minutes. I don't think we want to do that.
No.
The case we're currently discussing is 233 15BZ 4640 Vernon Boulevard, Queens. This is a variance to permit a mixed-use residential building with retail on the ground floor. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656, or outside the city, our toll-free number is 888-475-4499. You will enter the webinar ID number 813-0441-4609 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're in the Zoom room, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you are calling on the phone. If you are already in the Zoom room, please raise your little Zoom hand, which is at the bottom of your screen. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes to discuss your issues. Almost there.
Mr. Mulligan, I apologize. There's an oversight on my part. I meant to ask you this question.
Yes.
That is with regards to the landscaping along the visual corridor. Remind me, is there a requirement in the waterfront text that requires a certain kind of landscaping?
There are we have to get the chair certification from city planning. So there are requirements for landscaping and seating and so forth. So, we've already had meetings with city planning. They've seen the conceptual design. We actually modified it based on feedback from city planning, which is what you see today. It's in response to city planning comments.
Okay, but I just want to make sure that if there are any changes going forward, this approved plan will not in any way affect it. So we need to put some note there that says the landscaping area along that waterfront is subject to city planning chair certification at the City Planning Commission.
Yes.
So if you could add that note to the plan.
Agreed.
Because ours is before theirs.
Exactly.
Then a second question I have is with regards to the landscaping along the 46th Street frontage. I know in your earlier statements, you have stated that this is going to be like a pop space. Are you going to design it to the POP standard?
No, it's not going to be designed to the POP standard. It will be open to the public. But yeah, we're not planning on bringing it to that level of very specific design.
Okay. All right. But how would public know that it's open to public?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
How would public know that it's open to public?
You know, we haven't, you know, presumably signage. It is included within our statement of facts and findings that it will be open to the public. But you know, and again, we haven't designed the signage, but you know, we're certainly open to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would of course love to see if it has some of the nice elements of the POPs, like seating area and
Sure.
And planting, greening, so that softens the edge, softens it, and not just a totally hard surface.
Of
There's
course.
the hard and the soft surface with planting and some seating area.
Right, and the conceptual design that we've shown, it includes benches, the paving, and most of it is permeable surface. And we're working with MPFP landscape architects, and they've designed the upland connection and the shore walkway as well, and they have extensive experience designing POP spaces.
Yeah, especially now that this is a waterfront area with you know, possibility of flooding, so that is something you need to factor into your design.
Yes, for sure. But we have a very good landscape architect in charge.
Okay, all righty, great.
Sure.
Yes.
Is it possible if the plans, the site plan, for example, include like a note or a reference to the fact that this area is going to be open to public and it's going to be taken into account when designing signage, to put a sign like that?
Yes, I think that can be, a note will be added. Yes, I agree. A note should be added to the plan that the landscaping area along 46th Avenue will be open to public and will be designed to, will be designed with a combination of benches and permeable surface. How about that? We leave it open. That gives you the ability to design it in a way that is consistent with the landscaping plan that is proposed along the visual corridor.
Understood. And the architect just handed me the plans. We do have the note about the that the waterfront open space will comply with the requirements for the City Planning Commission Chair certification, and it says that it's for illustrative purposes at this time. It has that condition, but we hear you on 46th Avenue, so we'll add that note as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
Thank
Great.
you.
Now I just see it on Z001. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So add a note regarding the open space on
46th Avenue.
Yeah.
Got it.
Okay. How long will it take for you to make this change?
We can make it very quickly in the next day or two.
Okay. All right. I cannot promise end of January, but we can try our best. I mean, so end of January vote, because we have a pretty big, busy calendar. So we will get back to you on the closing, on the voting date.
On the voting date, right.
Yes. I am going to make a recommendation that we close on this because the findings related to the zoning regulations has been met. And so with that, I make a recommendation we close. I do know that the SECRA review is not complete. However, we'll keep the record open until SECRA has been signed off, and any determination made by any of the reviewing agencies requires amending the plans or the statement and or combination. The applicant shall make those changes to the plans and the statement and revise those. So hold off on that 1 week submission, wait for the SECRA to sign off. And if there is any notes related to air quality, noise, or anything that needs to be added to the plans, do so and reflect it in the statement or any other documents. And with that, when you do submit it, please provide a very detailed cover letter indicating where those changes are, what are those changes, so that we can review it carefully. Okay. So we cannot set a date on the vote until those changes are made. And first of all, secret has to be signed up, changes have to be made, then we'll vote.
Understood.
Okay.
All right. So with that, let's make a motion to, I make a motion to close.
Chairperson Chanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Yep.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Take care.
Okay, final case. Item number 24, 2019-264BZ, 3668 Nostrand Avenue, Brooklyn.
Hi, Amber should be the only one on today.
I don't see Amber yet.
I can email her if you need.
You don't see her yet.
I'll give her an email.
Why is no one ready?
We are on. I think she's a lot of good insight, so I don't want to do this without her. I see her now. She just has to unmute.
I'm here. Sorry, I was closing out YouTube.
Okey-doke. Ready? Oh. Thank you. Okay, that's just you and her. Okay. Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond only to the board member questions?
I do. Thank you so much. Elise Bolader from Eric Palatnik PC. Amber had a meeting last week with the BSA and DOT, so I have her here to discuss that with you.
Sure. So we recently responded to comments provided by DOT, specifically DOT school safety. There are a couple of outstanding comments. And based on the call that we had with DOT on Friday of last week, basically the last outstanding matter for DOT would just be to modify the proposed site plan. So in the next submission, you're going to see in the BSA set an existing and proposed site plan, which reflects changes to signage both in front of the project site and then extending 100 feet to the, what would that be? I believe it's the east. Basically 100 feet past the proposed school site for no standing school days signage at the request of DOT. And as part of that, Elise will be reaching out to the community board just to let them know that this has been requested by DOT. I'm also in the process of preparing basically a standard post-approval commitment letter detailing that commitment to DOT that we would continue to work with them to facilitate that signage. So that's the outstanding matter related to the seeker sign off regarding transportation. We're also working on a detailed air quality analysis for DEP review. That's the one outstanding matter on that end. We were just trying to obtain information from the adjacent school building. As you know, that came before BSA many years ago. So we're trying to get hold of the MEPs so that we can accurately model the emissions associated with that building's HVAC system on the proposed rooftop play area at the request of DEP rather. We didn't want to do just a general model. We wanted to input things as they currently are in terms of equipment and locations of stacks on the adjacent building.
Okay. Okay. And noise, is there any issue?
No outstanding comments at this. I know we had a DP noise comment letter, more than, I want to say 5 months ago that was responded to. So no outstanding items. It's really just down to that detailed air quality and then modifying the site plan and providing the DOT post-approval commitment letter.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Any questions or comments from the commissioners? Okay. Let's go to the public.
Okay, the case that we're currently discussing is 2019-264 BZ, 3568 Nostrand Avenue, Brooklyn. This is a variance to permit the development of a school. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656, or outside the city, our toll-free number 888-475-4499. You will then, once you're at the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number at 813-0441-4609 and the pound sign. Once you're in, you'll get a prompt that's press pound. Once you're in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you are calling in on the phone in order to speak. If you're in the Zoom room already and wish to discuss this matter, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand on the bottom of your screen. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes to discuss your issues.
I guess it's very difficult to say how long you think it will take for SECRA to, but you need to submit the air quality information.
Yeah, we need to submit the air quality, and I want to make sure we give enough time for DEP to review that. I'm assuming, assuming we submit within the next 2 weeks and then give DEP maybe, let's say 30 to 40 days for review would be probably appropriate in terms of the next hearing.
Okay.
Tracy has her hand ringing. Sorry.
Yes, yeah, I cannot see everybody on the screen. Yes, Ms. Benke?
Guessing you know what I'm going to say. It might take longer to.
Yeah.
There's a backlog still for air quality and noise.
Yeah, I mean, we don't want to obviously waste the board's time and schedule a hearing too early before we hear back from DEP. So, I mean, whatever we think is reasonable there to allow sufficient time to close out air quality. DOT, I think, should be quicker given the nature of the call on Friday. So that shouldn't be the last remaining. It should really be the air quality that's.
And noise is still being reviewed.
All right. Did anybody call in?
No.
Okay. All right. I think like the previous case, this also at the last hearing, the board found that all the findings related to the zoning regulations were met. So with that, I want to make a recommendation that we close the hearing, but keep the record open since since SECRA has not been signed off, and any determination that will be made by any of the agencies requiring sign off on the SECRA and any of those requirements need to be reflected in the plan. So the plans would need to be amended to reflect all those comments. and also revising the statement accordingly. And those should be, and all of those documents shall be submitted. And Ms. Fullader, please provide, you're very good at that. So, but anyway, just since this is a new practice, please provide a cover letter which clearly outlines the changes that are being made that are secret related or questions that came up during this hearing that needed to be corrected. Everything, and go back to all the notes from the earlier and make sure every comments have been addressed, and put that in the cover letter and tied to the specific plan so that we can just go and check the plan sheet and such.
Yes, Madam Chair,
Yep.
Ms. Benke has her hand up.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Benke.
All right, in line with that, sorry, there's copying going on behind me. There was also a comment at the DOT meeting regarding closing a curb cut. I'm not sure if the applicant looked into that.
Me and Amber discussed it, and so.
Oh, you did? Sorry.
Yeah.
No, we didn't discuss it here. We discussed it, me and Amber discussed it.
Oh, okay.
Not with you.
Sorry, I didn't mention that in terms of the existing and proposed site plan, but I'm going to discuss that with the applicant and the team, and that's something that we'll either have a response for, or it's going to be shown as closed and restored to full height curb and sidewalk, that curb cut.
Okay,
Thank you for mentioning.
Okay. All right. So with that, make a motion to close. And of course, we will not schedule the decision until we have the secret sign off and all the documents are revised, and then a decision date will be scheduled.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, motion to close. Chairperson Shonda.
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta.
Aye. Did you call Commissioner Brown?
Commissioner Shetta.
Did you call
Oh, sorry, that's a typo on my vote sheet. I have a typo. Sorry about that, Commissioner Brown. Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta.
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Yes, Madam Chair? I'm sorry, I just wanted to clarify something. We will be scheduling it for a decision date accordingly to give ample time for the coordination of the environmental reviews, with the understanding that if at that time we haven't reconciled it, it can always be deferred.
Yes. Yes, true. I just, yeah, I prefer not to even defer it, just have it scheduled when we know we are close to getting it. But I realize we do have to schedule it.
Yeah, it just makes the calendar very
shuffle.
complicated to have open-ended items.
Yeah.
Okay, I hear you. Yeah, I hear you. So we just need to give plenty of time, so that we don't have to keep pushing it out too far.
Yeah, we'll try to figure out a reasonable time frame, and then we could take it from there.
Okay. All right. Thanks for the clarification, Mr. Costanza.
Anything else? Oh, we're done. Yeah.
All right.
No more questions?
Any questions? Nope. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Both. See you all tomorrow.
Okay. This concludes the public hearing for January 9th, 2023. We will have another hearing tomorrow on January 10th. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.